Hello everyone, and welcome to another development stream. My name is Hubert, and today we'll be implementing another small feature to the game, which is usable phones, as you probably could figure out from the title. It's a small feature that we're planning for most likely 15.0. It's nothing major, we're just working, the story is that I was working on 15.0 for a while now, and if you work on something for a long time, sometimes you just get stuck, and the best way of getting through that is just to work on something else and just get back to it with your clear mind. And that's basically what we're doing today. I'm clearing my mind today. I just needed some like small 1 day or 2 day project that I could work on to just come back to the actual 15.0 development with a fresh mind. So yeah, that's basically what we're doing today. We're working on usable phones. I have a proposal over here. I'm not sure if there's any purpose in sharing the entirety of it with you guys. I'm just gonna give you the general rundown of what we're working on today. Hello chat, hi everyone. I can see we already have 600 people, which is much more than I expected. One additional disclaimer: this is going to be a somewhat technical stream. I'll try to keep it somewhat educational, so you don't need to be a programmer to understand what's going on. But yeah, it's still going to be a boring stream of me just coding for a couple of hours. Maybe we're gonna play some pairs after all, after we're done, depending on how fast it will all happen. Are you going to update the Hubert wall? Thank you for the super chat. I don't know. Yeah, that could be interesting. So yeah, how is everyone? Let's get a few pairs alert. That's right, phones and pairs. We'll see. That depending on how long it will take me to implement the phone. It's a small feature, but you never know, right? I thought about it for a while, how I want to implement it. I think I have a pretty good idea, but I haven't actually written a single line of code yet, so that's something that I'm reserving for you guys here. So let's talk about the proposal that I have here. I'm not gonna read all of it, even though it's a couple of pages. I'm just gonna talk about, maybe I'm gonna show the screen. We're talking about those phones, as you probably saw from the thumbnail, and also some in entrance zone, for example. We're giving life to those today. So the abstract of the proposal, I'm just gonna read it real quick, that this serves as an expansion of our currently usable phone prefab scattered, or unusable phone prefab scattered across the facility, adding functionality to call other rooms and have conversations with players. This actually has been a feature that was requested by the community quite a lot, quite surprisingly a lot. I believe there was one proposal by Banglo which inspired this proper proposal. I mean, proper proposal, that was the proper proposal in the first place, but what I'm saying is that the final version that we're implementing today, although I don't want to say that this is final either. If you guys have any suggestions that hey Banglo, there they are. So if you have any suggestions, if you have any better ideas on what we can do, I'm totally open with it. I'm getting a lot of messages from safe RU SCPSL. I am aware of what's happening, and we are actually working on a workaround. I don't have any exact estimates, but we are currently working on, I don't want to say too much, but we're working on a relay that will allow Russian servers to authenticate, or Russian players to authenticate again without any additional workarounds. So we have heard you, we are working on it, and thank you for speaking out. That will be addressed hopefully shortly. So that's basically the general idea. I could go more in depth in functionality. Like, there is one thing that I have highlighted with a green marker. Oh, it's a green marker, so it goes invisible on green screen. Baldy over there, what it's like to have no hair. It's not that it's not that hot. Listen, thank you for the super chat. I don't know, honestly, I'm gonna be honest, I actually expect that this is going to be quite cold, like during the winter or whatever. Surprisingly not. I don't know, maybe I'm just thinking a lot. But anyway, so the phones are pretty much radios with extra steps. Instead of being in inventory items like radio, they will be stationary environmental features that work as an area of effect voice chat. So there's only going to be one channel, so you won't be able to call a specific phone. There's only one channel that people can join and eavesdrop or just talk on that line. They always also operate in speaker mode. That means that this handset over here will always stay attached to the phone, and it will just speak in a speaker mode, so like people nearby will be able to hear what's going on. The general idea is that these are going to be interactable objects, so you just hit E on them and all phones across the entire facility, and we are adding more of them here. I also have a list, like, again, not sure if there's any purpose in going through everything, but we definitely want to add some in gate A and B, every office room, subsection 4049173, some armories, laboratories, checkpoints, junk room, warhead silo, and the warhead control, and light containment chambers. So that is the general idea. There's going to be more. Oh, thank you for another super chat. Wait, did I miss that one? Yeah, I did. We're sending a lovely message to the locals with this one. My way of saying using intercom SCP-1576. Thank you very much for the super chat. And did I miss anyone else? I can't wait to block your number. Thanks, Void. Unfortunately, the phones will not have a number that you can block. So you will have to be stuck with me. So, again, the way it works, you press E, all phones in the facility ring. If another player picks it up and press E, they can now talk to each other. And while that call is active, other people can also press E on the phones and join it. So it's basically like a intercom that you opt in, and it's going both ways. I don't know how you say it. But yeah, that's pretty much it. So it's a simplified proposal. We want it to be a somewhat simple feature. And yeah, how about we start the programming aspect of it? I don't know how we want to start, because again, I haven't thought much of it. Also, I'm a little sick, so apologies, I'll have to take a little tissue breaks to clean my nose. But yeah, so the first thing we want to do is probably create a script. Maybe I'm gonna explain to you guys how our voice chat system works, because that would be a good basis to like show a little context to maybe so what I'm gonna do is going to make a little more sense. The way that it works is that there is a voice chat module which is added to every voice chat module or voice chat role. iVoice role, I guess. Yeah, voice module base. There we go. That is the module. And the way it works is that every class, if we go to I don't know, let's go SCP-939. Whoops, that's an underscore, not a dash. And we have our model. Where's the role? It's the ripple. So I'm solo streaming today, so sorry if I miss any super chats. If I do, please remind me. I believe SCP-939 role is just without anything. There we go. Okay, so the way SCP-939 works, for example, we have our voice module, which is over here, and this voice module. Why did another instance launch? I don't know. And this voice module, let me just close everything. Derives from a standard SCP voice module, so it has the standard functionality of talking to other SCPs, and it also has mimic resources. So whenever we record someone, we have different playback buffers, and we can play back the recorded audio. So this is the way every system is implemented in a game. After the phone update, can you do the Mac update? Sure, we'll consider that. Thank you for the super chat. Let's give another example. Let's do... Oh, you can see a little secret SCP-953. We're not going to be showing that, unfortunately. That's another disclaimer. On today's streams, we're not doing any big reveals for 15.0. We have some planned, but yeah, I'm not be showing anything major. This is not the purpose of the stream. This is something that I originally wasn't intending on streaming, but I decided to. Why not? But yeah, but as a result, I don't really have anything major. What is a cool SCP? 079 has a unique voice module because it has the ability to speak on speakers. So that's basically the way it works. There is an SCP voice module, which is also a standard SCP voice module with the additional ability to send something on a speaker channel. And what is the purpose of those channels? So I'm also gonna quickly explain the way our modules work. So whenever we want to transmit a message, we send the request to the server with our voice packet. And then the server needs to call something. Is it in voice module base, I'm assuming? Yeah, there it is. Validate send. So first we're sending something. For example, we're pressing the Q button, and if we are a human and we're in the middle of a round, we're just going to transmit it over the proximity voice. And then the server will validate if we are actually able to send that information over the proximity voice. That is, for example, I mean, proximity voice pretty much everyone can send, except for SCPs. So like if we try to send a proximity voice as an SCP, the server will invalidate that message because SCPs cannot use proximity voice chat. And then if the validation passes, it's sent to, like, this method is invoked on every receiver, and we check if that person is capable of receiving information from that speaker. Make the phones network and spawnable, please. Modders are starving for new stuff. By the way, is it possible to change the voice packet send not global to send not global? I'm not sure what you mean by the second question. If you could clarify without a super chat, I'll be taking a look in the chat for a while now. But is it going to be spawnable? It's probably going to be a network object. I'm not sure if that makes it spawnable by default. Maybe it needs to be registered. But if that's the case, we could probably just easily add it to... the problem is that me as a programmer, I am the front-end programmer. Programmers who implement server features are a different team, but they could probably quite easily convert it afterwards. But that's not ultimately my decision alone. Let me just quickly see if you followed up. What was your nickname? Sierra, right? Yeah, Sierra Testing Facility. I don't see a follow-up yet. But I'm not sure what you mean by will it be possible to change the voice packet to send not global. But yeah, but this is technically handled by the server, if I'm understanding it correctly. But yeah, so after a server validates that someone is able to receive a packet, we call this method, which applies the data that was sent onto the appropriate audio source. So that is the way the voice chat works. So I believe the first step that we could do, will Northwood ever add some kind of marker so that new players know which items can be picked up and which aren't? Also, hi from Uruguay. Thank you. Will we add any markers so that players, you mean like highlights of the items? Because if that's the case, that this is something that we have considered. There's currently some technical limitations, but once we resolve them, that is a feature that we consider. Like if we choose to which phone it's sent. Oh, you mean for the new feature? I don't know yet. I believe you could do that. Could you? I don't know. It depends on the implementation. I'll keep it in mind, and if it's easy way for me to do that, we'll do that. Thank you, Melon. I'm not gonna sing it, but thank you, Melon, for a super chat. Okay, so I believe our next or our first step would be to add a new channel, which would be a usable phone, or maybe stationary phone, or a facility phone, or landline. Is that a landline? Is that a real word? I believe landline phone. I need to do a quick, yeah, landline. There we go. Yeah, these are the ones that we're adding, right? Okay, so yeah, that's I'm gonna call it landline phone, and this is a channel shared across all usable or interactable, let's call them, phones within the facility. So that works. And now we need a way to send and validate. That is going to be tough. I really should have planned it out a little more. But let me just quickly go to the 939 and think. W spelling? Did I misspell anything? I mean, I was making some, yeah, okay, within. Thank you, chat. Beryl would have not saved me from that. Can you add more games to the Chaos card? Sure. Maybe not, but thank you for the super chat. Let's quickly wait for it to compile. I don't know why it's compiling so long. It's actually probably because I'm streaming. In this case, we'll try to do more code before recompiling. That is really long. Okay. Right. So in scripts, where should it be? Where's a good way to add this thing? There we have the map generation. That's definitely not. Let's do the multiplayer. Oh, subtitles, voice chat. I'm assuming it could be under voice chat. But voice chat is so pure. I don't wanna add anything in here. I'm assuming like the radio voice module and stuff. Playbacks. Is it in here? Oh, it is. Okay. Okay, well, I guess that's fine then. Do we have any other mute indicator, privacy policy? Networking, audio message. No, that's definitely gonna stay. We have the filters. We have our codec. Where's scripts like intercom, for example? Where is it stored? Oh, player role's voice. Should it really be a player role? I feel like I'm... Yeah, I mean, I guess that's probably the best thing. Well, we're gonna make a new subfolder, and we're gonna call it the landline phones. Let's go here. Landline phones. And here we're gonna create a new thing called... usable phone or interactable phone, or what do we call it? Or just landline phone, I guess that works. I still dislike this name. I'm still not 100% sure if that's the way you should call it, but the good thing about programming is that you can quite easily rename stuff later, but there's nothing more permanent than a temporary solution that works. But we have player roles, voice, landline phones. Okay, and this is going to be the interactable object that we connect to in order to speak. This is definitely going to need some form of detection. This is going to be an area of effect. So if we are close to that phone, we need to like know that we are close to a phone. We could use physics triggers, but I think I'm just gonna exploit the fact that phones don't move after map generation or after they're spawned, so we could probably cache their position somewhere and then just do really quickly squared root distance to them. It'll be clearer when I actually get around to implementing it. When is the entrance zone coming out? Entrance zone is currently not a priority. Currently is the surface zone. Entrance zone and light containment zone are well, the only two remaining zones that will be handled afterwards. The idea was to do entrance zone first, but with how good of a pairs went, we may reconsider and instead focus on light containment zone, because there was a lot of positive feedback from pairs. But yeah, we'll see. We're not 100% certain quite yet regarding which one is next. We'll make that decision after 15.0. Can phones be broken by weapons? No, that is not the plan. Okay, so what is probably we should do something like interactable. We had something like that, right? Interactable, yeah, that's the one. Was there not something like network interactable? iServer interactable. There we go. Okay, so let's do a iServer interactable. And let's implement that interface. And what that basically... What did I click? I don't know what I clicked. Let me quickly see. Did I break something? I did break something. What did I break? Oh my god, I renamed it. Oh, okay. You know what? The good thing is we're working with a completely fresh... There we go. We can just revert that. Alright. Let's implement the interface again. For the verification rule, we will use a player interact or interaction coordinator standard rule. What was the standard rule? Oh my god, I'm so rusty when it comes to implementing those systems. It's been such a while since I've done any of those. What is the verification rule on here? Standard server verification. Okay. Standard distance verification dot default. Okay. And what this interface does is that it will automatically make our phone interactable on server. So if anyone presses E on the phone, there's going to be an automatic verification of distance, meaning that the player is close enough in proximity to the phone to actually interact with it. And this method will be invoked on the server. So yeah, we can actually use this feature to basically make people to cause the people to make calls. We will also need to figure out who is near the phone, because once the phone is active, we will also need to like allow new players to join in, and those players will not necessarily interact with the phone, so we will need to have some other way of getting the active list of players, but we'll figure it out in just a sec. Probably the best thing to do is to have some form of enum that would decide the phone state. And we have different states. So we have idle state, we have ringing state, dialing out, is that how we spell dialing? Dialing out, so whenever you interact with a phone, it's dialing out, then other phones will change into ringing mode, and then there is going to be an active call, and it could also be a busy. We'll add the documentation in a sec so it will be clearer, but the line busy is actually something that if you call phones and no one picks up, the phone will enter a short cooldown. And there is going to be also something like a there's going to, because there's two ways of, if there is already an active call, phones will stop ringing, but you can still join the call. So we could, what's the way of calling it? Actively in call. Or we could call it, or actually no, never mind, we don't need it. We don't need it because we can just use the idle state, and that will work just fine. Okay. So we definitely want the phone to have a sync var, so we want to synchronize that state with the server, with other clients. And whenever someone interacts, we will see that if the phone is idle, now it will start dialing out, and all the other phones will start ringing, which is something that we will handle in just a sec. Actually, we can handle it right now. We could get a list of all phones. So let's do a private static read-only hash set, or maybe a list. List would be better because we'll be iterating over them multiple times. Landline phone, and call them instances. And whenever we, let's do it in start, I guess. So in instances we're adding this, and in onDestroy we are removing this. Now, this is generally not a great idea to use instances or use a list in that aspect, but we're talking about a couple of phones, like, I don't know, like 20 phones. So it's not going to have any, and we're talking about onDestroy, which means during the round restarts. So like, it's the performance here is not a priority. What is a priority is performance of iterating over it, because we will potentially be iterating multiple times per frame over all instances of phones, and using a hash set here would cost us some performance, very little, but still. I'm prioritizing iteration over addition or removal, specifically because addition is quite easy. But yeah, so we have our phone idle, and all the other phones will be dialing out. So let's do a for each method, landline phone, and instances. And then if the phone is not our phone, then we will give the state phone car state equals to ringing. So now if I interact with a phone, we can actually probably test it already. I'm gonna add like 2 phones and we will preview if it works. it's gonna work, but we'll still preview it just to show you the general concept. Thank you, Ryan, for a super chat. What if I'm not Ankh and I don't know how to dial a phone? Don't worry about it. It's all going to be very easy. You just press E, alright? It's gonna be fine. So let's go to our 939 or HCZ 939 and we're gonna turn our phone into a prefab. It's already a no, it's not a prefab. Okay, so we're gonna add a landline phone, put it above the LOD group. I might even do an empty parent, so the graphics is on a separate object. Landline phone, and let's call it a landline phone. Now we need to put this prefab somewhere. I don't know where. Let's see where the lab scale is, because that is another... okay, it's just here. Okay. In this case, I'm just gonna take it over here. And I'm gonna save it, and I'm also gonna go to the freeway entrance zone intersection and replace that one with our new prefab. Where's the phone? Oh my god, it's in such a... Okay, we're going back because there is one critical mistake that I have made. Okay, let's just discard changes. Let's restart our transform first because I just put it on a weird offset. Okay, that looks good. Let's go to our three-way and replace this with a landline phone. I could just do that. And I may as well just rotate it 90 degrees. So for future... And that is the reason why we actually used a new parent, is that if I just drag and drop it the next time, it will... Okay, it will not. Sorry, my knowledge of Unity is not as good as I thought. I thought I was being smart, but no, actually, you'll have to readjust the scale every time anyway. Okay, HCZ939. And yeah, now this phone is gone. It's not really gone. It's just... Where is it? Landline. It's just up in the air somewhere. There it is. Yeah, that is not a place for a phone. Okay. Do we just... Yeah, I'm just gonna remove it and place it somewhere else. We will need to add in our changelogs that the phone has actually been moved, because I'm not gonna place it exactly where it was supposed to be. But yeah, I guess somewhere here works. Oh, what the hell? I had the snapping enabled. Let's add it again. Let's do it 90 degrees. I guess it was somewhere here, I think. That's good enough. I think that's looking good enough. Okay. Let's get in-game and see how it goes. There is a... Oh yeah, I forgot that I need to change it to a network behavior. Everything's looking good. We will eventually turn this into a property because we want to do some events, some interactions. What if we call 911 on the phone? Oh, it requires... okay, yeah. Landline phone. Let's add a network identity to it. And now it's good. Alright. It's cool to watch. Thank you. I'm not sure how many viewers. Whoa, we're still at almost 500 viewers. That is way more than I expected. Like I said, I would be satisfied with like 30 people because that is a somewhat highly technical stream. I'm not sure if I'm explaining it correctly. I'm trying to explain it both to people who are programmers and people who are not programmers. So sometimes I'm like showing very basics, and sometimes I'm also explaining my decisions to other programmers, because the last time I didn't do that, everyone was questioning every choice that I make. So I feel like I'm trying to go ahead and explain the reasons why I'm choosing one solution over the other. But yeah, let's go to the 939 Creo. There we go. And we have our phone here. And if we go here, we can preview our phone. Okay, this is our phone. I'm gonna open its properties. And let's also find another phone. And there we go. Now we have a list of our phone, and then there's 4 other phones. Let's see what happens if I press E on it. Absolutely nothing, because it doesn't have a collider. Easy fix. We need to... It has a collider, but it doesn't have a interactable... Okay, back we go. We need to do a little change. We forgot to add a collider. I'm gonna remove it from here and add it in here. Okay, we also change the layer to interactable, and we can add a interactable collider. Interactable collider, there we go. And assign this guy. We also have something called verification offset. That is for situations where the graphics would be somewhere else. In this case, I'm gonna keep it as is. Let's save it and go in again. Please add a cafeteria shop to the game with SCP-294. I'm not sure about SCP-294. Cafeteria is certainly something that we would be planning on putting in some zone rework. 294, I'm not sure how well it will work in a multiplayer game. It might. If we come up with something cool, we will implement it. Otherwise, attempted to divide by 0. That's not even the code that I changed. Let's ignore it. Hopefully nothing breaks. Thank you for another super chat. Could you add a phone in every room where a generator can spawn? Oh, that would be cool. I guess it could work. That said, I'm not sure if we're not talking about having too many rooms. What we could do is have phones that, like, we could put a limit of phones and optional locations. So, like, for example, a phone would not spawn in a room unless it has a generator in it, for example, right? So there would be optional spawn points where or like conditional spawn points where a phone spawns only here if a generator is active. That is a good suggestion. And yeah, that's exactly why we're doing it on stream. That is actually a pretty good suggestion. Let's see. I'm gonna note it down so I don't forget about it. Let me just quickly additional comments. Generator. Additional spawn. Conditional. Okay, so that is actually a good suggestion. Thank you very much for that. Is that still our phone here? It is. Okay. So, attempt number 2. Why is there a dynamic child controller? Did I accidentally add that? Okay, you know what? Forget about it. It's not important. I press E, and there we go. It's dialing out. And if we go to any other phones, it's now ringing, which means that if we add a audio source in it, which is something which I'm going to do right now, we will be able to hear things happening. Or you could make generator spawns with phones. I think that is a little too much. If that suggestion came much earlier before our generator remodel, which by the way is something that we are working on. I'm not sure if that's actually been shown to the public or to patrons. It's been definitely shown to patrons. I'm not sure if that's public. But we are having a generator remodel. and unfortunately it doesn't really have any space for it. I would say it, but also I don't think it would look that well. Anyway, let's add an audio source, and let's actually make it so a sound is corresponding with whatever state is happening in here. And we already have some sounds, thanks to Beryl. You misspelled across. Where did I misspell across? Beryl is saying that I misspelled across. Okay. Shut up, Beryl. Wasn't asking for your opinion, okay? Why is that a new generator manifest? I don't know what's going on. Okay, so now it's removed. I got an LOL from Beryl. I was going to go to Simon. We have these sounds. I'm not sure if that's hearable. I'm gonna make it louder. And we have also this. The generator model is public, check it out here. Oh, there we go. Let's show it then. So, this is the new generator. I guess we could put a phone here in a landscape position. I don't think that's gonna work pretty well, but yeah. Anyway, let me quickly download those sounds. And we will add them somewhere. Now, another issue. Where do we put these? If intercom, I guess that works fine. I guess it is part of the intercom. Okay. So we're just adding those here. This is still a misspelling from like 2017. It still exists in the project. But yeah, let's have a... how do we want to actually do that? We could make it so there is going to be a trigger that will conditionally play whenever the status changes. So we have the car state here. We could have a... okay, let's do a different thing. Let's do a private phone state, car state, and then there's going to be a public car state, and that is going to refer to this state. And if we try to set it here, we will also have an on value change. There's going to be a phone status previous, phone status new state. I keep saying status, but it's a state. So we have an on state changed. And this is going to be a hook for clients. Name of. There we go. So we have an on state changed. And it's also going to be invoked over here. Except now... Now, is the server going to have this hook set? Because I don't actually know. We're gonna do a little experiment. Yeah, let's give it a try. Because I honestly don't know if in mirror the hook also plays on the server. We're gonna comment it out for here, and let's do a debug that log error state has changed. So what we're trying to do here is basically see that if we change the current status, if it's actually going to be applied on the server. Will there be getting cameras to go along those phones? So we like cameras on the phone. So like if you're speaking, there's going to be like a video call. I don't think that's in our budget. All right, let's give it a quick try. I hope the phone playbacks the audio of the other person. I'm not sure what you mean by that, but like, yeah, if someone speaks to the phone, it's going to playback on the other side. Okay, let's give it a try. We're still attempting to divide by 0. I don't know by what. Like if we go to the landline, does it actually have the dynamic child controller? It's not in here. How is it possible? Yeah, it's not here. Why is it adding the dynamic child controller? What even is that? Wasn't it from like the calling system? Oh, that's for the static. Oh, okay. That's for static batching, but yeah, I guess that's fine. Okay, never mind. Then I guess it's unrelated to this, or is it related to this? I don't know why. At which point are we trying to divide by 0? Floor doors. That's the first time I'm seeing this error, but whatever. We'll ignore it for now and I'll resolve it off stream. Or not. Anyway, landline. So yeah, this part is a part of static batching, so like that's fine. That is intended. Let's press E. There we go, state has changed. Okay, so it has been invoked. In that case, we don't really need this. I mean, it would be still nice to have a private set there. Whoop, private set. So to make sure that people can still, or like other scripts can still see the current state outside, but not in here. Or we could just make a property, right? I mean, I'm pretty sure we could just do an auto property, get private set, and have something like field syncvar. Does it work? I think that works. Okay, I guess that works. The only issue is that, yeah. Oh no, actually no, that's fine. Remove new. Okay. And let's also do a field serialized field. When the phone is getting called, you could get a little red light blinking. Yeah, the idea is to have some kind of cue light whenever a phone is active. So like you know that you can join a call. That's the idea. But yeah, now that this is handled, let's do a audio thing. So let's do a new class, private class on state change audio queue. Does that work? Or just call it state change audio queue, and let's pair our phone state with a audio clip. And now we're gonna just add an array of it. I'm using classes instead of structs. I don't think it matters too much here, because we're not really creating any new instances during runtime, or like during the round. But yeah, let's call this like state change audio queues. Is that how you spell queue? I think so. I used it in the proposal. The incoming ring. Yeah, that's how you spell queue. Or unless I also mistyped it in the proposal. Okay, so we have this, and if it changes, we're gonna iterate over. Whoops. For each state change queue in state change audio queues, and we will also have our reference to audio source, audio queue source, and we will now see if queue state equals to the new state. If it doesn't, whoops, we will just continue. Otherwise, we're gonna first we're gonna stop our audio queue, and then we're gonna play this one or play one shot of our clip, and we can break. probably best to also handle the single responsibility rule here and just have a play audio cue or play state and phone state. We're gonna move it here, update it with that, and do that. And that should work. So let's implement our sounds. Hardcore coding? Yeah, I know, right? We're doing loops and everything. That is some high level stuff. That's some high level stuff. Can you make the phones destructible like the doors, grenades, shy guy, etc.? Like I'm not sure if there's any purpose in that. Like realistically, you would just have people who just grief, right? Like all it takes is just one asshole to just break all the phones in the facility and no one can use it. I don't think that's fun for the people who would like to genuinely use that feature. Okay, let's do actually I'm gonna create a new audio source and call it the state cue source. Audio source. And now there's also going to be a matter of distance. So let's do a public float distance, because we will definitely want to set it here. What's up, boss? Thanks, Luke, for the super chat. I'm not sure that notification is visible to anyone else, but we have just turned on the subscribers only mode. I'm not sure if that wasn't the case already, but if it isn't, then that's good. All right, let's add it here. And for now, do we want a linear yeah, I think we're just gonna go for a custom roll-off. I was thinking about a camera room similar to intercom. With these phones, you can call the person we are looking at. But yeah, so the problem is that with cameras, things that like 079 work because you always have a full screen camera. When we were working on HDRP, that rendering pipeline does not really allow us to display multiple cameras. Like, it's not really handling well seeing, like, if you wanted to do like a observatory room when you have a like similar from Containment Breach, that room would completely grind the game to a halt. Like, physically every camera that you add slows down the game by half, 3 cameras by a third, like, of what it previously was. Hey Eldor, how you doing? So yeah, so the observatory room would be a little difficult to do. But other than that, hold on, let me just quickly scroll up a little bit. Oh, you mentioned 079. That is also another thing, because in the implementation, now I wasn't gonna mention it originally, but I hope you guys treat it the way, in the spirit it's intended. The plan is to allow 079 and 939 to interact with the phone. I don't know if that's going to be feasible yet, but if it's something that we can easily do, we will. Okay, so everything is good. Let's make it to a let's do a general reverb for now. Play on awake unset. We probably wanna, you know what, I'm just gonna quickly adjust the logarithmic to just be something like that. So it goes linear and then it slows down towards the end like that. That looks good. A little closer here. Okay, that looks good, I think. Maybe a little like that. Yep, that looks good. Okay, do we need to change anything else? Doppler effect disable. Spread could be given a little bit here. We definitely want it to be 3D. And everything else looks good. Okay. We forgot to make it serializable. Serializable means that we can actually display it in the inspector, and more importantly, save it. Well, someone deleted message from Helder. Please don't keep Helder. He's fine. He can see. He can. His messages can see. I don't even know what was posted. It's already been deleted. But yeah. Will you make it so SCP-07 can hack phones? Okay, no, I'm not reading that comment. Let's go phone here. So if it's idle, that's fine. We will probably have Simon. Is Simon watching us right now? I don't think Simon is watching us, but we will need additional sounds. For the dialing out, that's going to be the outgoing 15 seconds. Then there's going to be the ringing, incoming 15 seconds. There is also going to be the line busy signal, which is call end. Is that this one? Yeah, that's the one. So that's the line busy signal. And we also need to put a delay. So there's going to be a number of seconds before the phone hangs up. Let's call it like max ringing before busy. I don't know. Max ringing time before busy. Yeah, I guess that works. So if it's an incoming call, we will just do a private float remaining ringing sound. And we'll also have a cooldown after the phone has been interacted with. So busy or on busy cooldown. And it's going to be like a cold 5 second cooldown. Okay. I need to reorganize those properties and variables in a sec. But that's looking good for now. It will look better if we actually add... I misspelled ringing again. Ringing. Okay. Ringing. Okay. Oh my god, chat. This is actually like this is the only mistake that you cannot easily undo. So that is a good thing that you guys spotted it, because if I assigned a value and changed the name, the way Unity works is that it serializes, which means that it writes the information into a file. It serializes by the variable name. So if you change the variable name, the value that it was previously holding is gone. If we actually, that is a fun little, like I can actually show you how it looks. This is a cool little segue. Yeah, that was all an intentional mistake, so now I can show you how Unity serialization works, because it's pretty interesting. There's some criticism to do about it, but yeah. For example, if I set any value here, so the max ringing time before busy, I set it to 15 and the busy cooldown to like 3 seconds, and I save it. If we go to our landline phone and put it into an editor, a physical like text file, you can just open it with a notepad, and we search for ringing, you can see our values over here. That's how they're basically serialized, right? This is the serialization. This is the method of turning data into a text file or any other file, but in this case it's a text file. So that's the way it works. There is the current state, which is stored as a 0. Currently it's set to idle. If I change into dialing out, you'll notice that the 0 changed into 1. I can also physically modify the file by typing 2 instead of the 1. And now, if I select it, it's ringing which is the third option, 0, 1, 2, right? So yeah, you can probably edit prefabs in the text file. Not that I would recommend it, but it's useful for conflict resolutions. If two people try to modify the same prefab, you can actually use standard Git tools to resolve some of the conflicts. All right. So, if there is a remaining, so if the current state is idle, you know what? Actually, instead of, no, actually that's fine. I was going to change it into a stopwatch, or like, let's make it maybe a double. Let's call it last busy timestamp. So whenever a phone becomes busy, it will be set to a network time, and then we will see if enough time has so like elapsed. Let's do elapsed since last busy, and we do network time last busy timestamp, and if the time has not been met, will phone be added to 15.0 or not? That is a feature, as I was saying at the beginning of the stream. It's a sort of distraction from my main 15.0 feature, because I've been working on a 15.0 for quite a while now, for almost a year, and yeah, I just need something to quickly clear my mind, basically. So yeah, the idea is for it to be 15.0. Will it actually be? Like, if I don't finish it today and I will have something more important to do tomorrow, it's entirely possible that I will completely forget about it and it will need to be like 15.1 or whatever. But the idea is for it to be 15.0. Alright. Please reload all the assets and resources. When it loads a role from resources, especially with chase scenes, there is a stutter, can be very long. Preload all the assets and resources. When it loads the role from resources, I'm pretty sure chase themes are preloaded. Let me check that. So if there is like 096, thank you for the super chat though. Let me just quickly check that. What was the name for it? Let's, like, docile to rage. Yeah, rage chase theme. Yeah, you can see it's set to preload audio data. I'm pretty sure it's for all chase themes. Yeah, so all the information is being preloaded. More importantly, the assets are being preloaded. So if I go to a loader, like if I start my game and I go to the main menu, you will notice a cool little feature that if we go to my don't destroy on load, there is something called pool manager, and all the roles are already preloaded in the menu. As the game starts, the roles are preloaded in the menu. So if I actually start a server, start a create game, and there is the SCP-079 that I have just highlighted. Just wanted the excuse to 096 theme again. Yeah, it's a good theme, what can I say? Okay, so there's the 079, and now SCP-953 jump scare. There it is. This is SCP-953. But anyway, 079. Notice that I have this selected. If I set myself to class, you see that the thing from the class got removed, and it actually got moved to the facility scene. So there was no loading, it just switched the scenes, which is basically free. And if I go back to a spectator, it returns to the pool. So you see it over here. I'm gonna change it to 079 again. Now this is gone, and it appeared and reappeared over here as my player prefab. So it just changed the parent, but there was no preloading, reloading, or whatever. That's basically the way it looks. Okay, is there anything that we can actually test in here while I'm already loaded in the game? I guess so. Let's try it. Let's see, because I kind of distracted myself, but we can actually use this to see if it works. I'm gonna go to this landline here. One thing that I did forget to change, but we can fortunately adjust it from this point, is I did not set any loudness. So if I select this phone, right, landline, landline. Yeah, we just need to change the distance to like 10 10, and 10. Okay, I'm gonna interact with the phone now. So it works. And if we go to entrance zone, there we go. So now we can call our phones. That works. Now the problem is that obviously we haven't implemented the logic of returning into basic, so like they're technically always ringing. So if I press E on it again, it's unable to call because there is no like cooldown. So let's change that now. We will actually make it so we have the remaining ringing sound. Whenever the phone rings, like over here, we have the on state changed. We'll probably need to put a switch statement one way or another. And let's see if the... thank you for another super chat. Are capivara casi announcement array command. Thank you for that. And are there going to be new achievements in the new update? In 15.0, currently we don't plan any new achievements, but probably something for a new feature that will come out. Like probably we will add some 9.3 related achievements either in 15.0 or 15.1. But the answer is we are planning more achievements, it's just not a priority. Playable snake and usable phones. Hubert's centric updates for sure. So like, that's another thing, because like that's one thing that I wanted to address. Snake objectively is not the best idea because Snake encourages you to like go somewhere where you will not be interrupted. Phones are a different feature from a snake. Phones are something that actually, you know, you are in a like usually in a busy area, like the 939 office, or like it's always in the middle of a hallway, so if you're talking to someone you are exposed, so any SCP patrolling will be able to see you normally. It's also a social feature, unlike a snake, right? So you don't really hide in the corner and play snake, you actually are in the middle of the game interacting with other people. So I don't think it has the exact same issues with snake, but yeah. Okay, so we want to make it so if we are ringing or dialing out, we want to set our remaining ringing sound to max ringing time before busy. That works, that works. That is still a terrible name for a variable. We'll change it later. Probably won't. And if on update, or just update, we will also switch. I can type switch our current state. And if we are dialing out or ringing, we will want to reduce that time, delta time. If it's still larger than 0, then we ignore. Otherwise, we will need to see that if we were ringing, so now we're kind of going... I don't really like this, but there's no really... Is there a way I could just like check the case again? I don't think I can. We'll see it in a sec. But we'll just make it so if we were ringing, like, is there, for any programmers in the chat, is there a better way of doing that? Because I could just do it as separate, but then I would need to... I mean, there would be repetition, right? Like, we could do something like that and then handle the two different conditions. Is that a big deal? Yeah, there is a better deal of doing that. I actually just figured it out. Reduce ringing cooldown, or apply. Whatever. We're just gonna call this method this, and we're gonna rename it in a second. There's only two difficult things in programming: caution validation and naming things. But that doesn't appear. You know what? Fuck it. I'm just gonna do a repetition here. It's fine. I'm gonna head to bed. Have a good night. Good night. Thank you for the super chat. Yeah. Make a separate function. Yeah, but this is not just a function. It's not just doing a function, right? It's also doing the logic here. So if we're dialing out, there's the reminding, like realistically... Yeah, I don't think it's a big deal. This repetition is fine. Okay, so if we're dialing out and the cooldown has been hit, then we are doing a last busy timestamp being the network time, and our current state is line busy. Otherwise, our current state is idle. That is the idea. If we don't pick up a phone, we're just going back to idle, but if we were dialing out, we are going to the line busy. And the line busy is also going to be here. It's basically a cooldown for punishing you for not being able to connect with anyone. And we will just see that if... we'll probably make a property here. Let's do a private bool. Elapsed since last busy. Last busy timestamp, and we make it here that first in our validation we'll just replace that. And in here, if elapsed since last busy is greater than on busy cooldown. Oh, actually, now that I figured out, we don't actually need to check for it because the current state is already being... Yeah, okay, never mind. Let's remove that. Sorry, I'm just mixed up a little bit. Double elapsed since last busy. Idle. Cheese is a loaf of milk. Is it though? I disagree with that take, honestly. Because you see, milk... Unlike bread, you know, when you bake bread, the ingredients that are inside the dough are still afterwards. But if you make cheese, there is the whey that gets out of the milk. So it's no longer milk by the time you make cheese. Like, the ingredients of making cheese is not just milk. You remove ingredients from milk to make cheese. So I disagree with that. Why is Hubert talking about... I'm responding to a super chat. Alright, someone just made an outrageous claim that cheese is a... Well, I just missed it. Cheese is a loaf of milk. And I completely disagree with that. I was going to show it, but yeah. Bread is no longer dough? Sure. But bread has a... Whatever, you know what? How long do we have to wait for the 15.0 beta to start? This year. That is the best example, that's the best answer I can give you. We really don't know. If we knew, we would give you an update. We have our internal estimates, which are almost always wrong, so let's not risk it. I really like your game, keep up the good work. Greetings from Brazil. Thank you very much, Potato Gaming. Greetings from Poland. Yeah, but the ingredients of the dough are still in the bread. The ingredients of milk are not in the cheese. Right? That's a different thing. It's like saying that hydrogen is made out of water. Like, you physically remove the oxygen from it. So it's no whatever. We have 949 cryo. Let's see if it works now, if we can dial again after the cooldown. So let's take our landline phone. So now it's dialing out. And after 15 seconds of dialing out, we should hear that the state should change into line busy. And then after 3 seconds, it should change back into idle, so we can call it again. There we go. And now we can call again. Epic. So everything is working. Cheese atoms. Yeah, so that's working fine. Also, I just noticed that the distance is set to 0, so I don't know how I can hear it. Probably because we have an audio source with minimal distance, right? Yeah, the minimum distance is 4 by 4.3. We can't physically change it to lower. Okay. That was a very cheesy statement. You know what? Get out of here. I don't want any more of your money. Get out of here. I don't want any other takes. Your take was wrong and you can't accept it. Okay, line busy. That is perfect. So everything is working. The general work of the phone is now completed. Now what we need to do is actually one more thing, ability to pick up the phone. So when we interact while it's ringing, that's something that we will handle. How many capabilities will be added in 50.0? I don't know, maybe like 1. I don't know if we're adding any. It's been a kind of a joke for the heavy containment overhaul. I think the joke got a little stale. Let's do the picking up thingy. So I just noticed that we should also be able to pick up the phone while it's in idle, while another phone is still Will Nightmare hear the phone calls? Yes. The idea is also for Nightmare to be able to transmit data from mimicry. That might be a little more difficult, but we'll see. Okay. So how do we want to do it? Because the way, I wanted to do the voice chat right now and then get back to the line phones again. We're still having 450 people. I'm kind of surprised how many people are watching this. So we're going back to the beginning of our stream. We're talking about the voice chat API. The way it works, and the way I think it should work, is that, for example, let's show the radio, for example, right? If we have our human voice module and we have this method called process inputs, and this is the method that returns the channel that the user intends to transmit. So if we are having SCP-1576 enabled, we are transmitting on SCP-1576 channel. If we are having a radio which is usable and we're having the alternative key pressed, we want to transmit on the radio. Otherwise, if we're having just our V button pressed, we want to transmit on a proximity voice chat. Otherwise, we're not transmitting at all. This is simple enough, although this is just the user claiming that they want to transmit the channel. So then what the server does is to prevent cheaters from, or even people who have outdated information from spoofing the channel, is that the server validates if a user is able of transmitting. So we're going again through all of those channels that were explained here. And we see that if the user is using SCP-1576, we check if that user is on the list of validated receivers. If we are using radio, we want to check if the radio is usable. And then there's also the receive, who can hear the transmission. So for example, if someone is transmitting on as a spectator, for example, spectators can hear them if the owner is a validated receiver, if that makes sense. So we can hear spectators when this owner is currently using SCP-1576. So otherwise, if that condition fails, you cannot hear spectators as a human. You can also hear radio, you can also hear mimicry, and you can also hear proximity if the player is not dead. This is a little bit of a redundant check. I believe it's been a workaround for an issue, but yeah, you are not able to hear people when they're dead. I mean, the player, that's actually not that's not the bug. That was a anti-cheat system. There is a system that prevented players from communicating that they have become dead immediately. and this is a solution to that problem. But anyway, this is the way this all works. This method is called on the client on the server to verify if the client's claims are correct, and this is called also on the server to validate if a client can receive a message from another speaker. Will there be any time limit on the phone call, or can they last forever if someone picks up? If they pick up, the phone can last forever. The phone will shut down when all the players move away from the phones, or if there's only one. I just got a new message from Simon. Send me the specifics of the new phone assets you need, and I'll do it when I get home later before Minecraft. We're playing Minecraft, by the way. 15.0 is delayed. I'm just saying, there's computer craft in Minecraft, and don't worry about it. I'll be fine. Okay. Anyway, let's. I'm gonna send Simon the list of assets, and we'll have them completed. Watching this after learning Spirit Airlines shut down. I don't know what Spirit Airlines is. Is that my bad? Thank you for the super chat. Spirit Airlines 2 hours ago was updated. Yeah, I'm not too much on American Airlines. But anyway, yeah, so the way I think it should work is that the client should offload something from the server, because the problem is that right now that what happens if a client transmits their voice on proximity voice chat? The server would need to check every client whether or not they're close to a phone, which means that every player that speaks anything on the proximity voice chat will have to go through like 10 distance checks to every single phone and check if they're in the range of a phone, and then they should be able to transmit on the phone. So we need to like pre-optimize it and make it so that calculation is only done client side first. So the client checks first if there are nearby any phone, and if they are, they'll be sending that information to the server, and then the server will simply verify it. That is a more optimal solution, because we're not DDoSing the server every time we're trying to speak. So that could work. One issue is that I just noticed, because I also wanted to do a little feature that if you're close to the phone, your voice is loud, but as you start getting away from the phone, your voice becomes quieter. We need to synchronize that information with the clients. And how do you do that? That's a genuine question, because the distance to the phone, like if you're talking across the facility, you will not be able to see people's exact positions. We could make it so if someone is talking over phone, their exact position is synchronized, but this is not really good for security purposes. I'm genuinely puzzled by that right now. Because we cannot send additional info. The way it would work ideally is that the server would physically lower the volume, but the server is unable to do that because the server never decodes the information, it only passes it along. So that's not possible, because the server is the only one who knows it. So the server needs to somehow send additional information on how far the player is from the speaker, or at least the volume that is intended to be. The problem is that the voice chat message does not have it. But I'm thinking, what if we, hold on, would the player be able to connect? But how would the player communicate? The server should not be using it. Could be done with a trigger. We could do it with a trigger, actually. Okay, I have an idea. The way it should work. No, the trigger is. Give me a second, chat. I'm just thinking right now, because the trigger will be problematic because the hitboxes have their individual colliders. We need a way for. Can clients send a CMD on a network behavior which is not of their authority? Is that a thing? Mirror CMD. One second. Remote actions. Documentation. There we go. Commands. From your player. You cannot control the objects of another player. You can bypass the authority of require. Okay. But will this bypass of authority allow me to... It's possible to invoke commands, assign client authority. You can include... Okay, there we go. That is all we need. You can include the optional network sender equals null parameter in the command method to signature. Okay. We've got everything that we need. All right, chat. I almost dropped my green screen. I figured it out. But it was ChatGPT. No, we have 100% human written code in SL. That is actually not a joke. You can use ChatGPT or you can use like other large language models to do research, but the code you're expected to write yourself. How well will 15.0 be really optimized for the release? Time will tell. We are working on improvements to our calling system. Surface Zone is going to be our largest open world, basically. Like, we don't get the same benefits that we get from our interior, or like heavy containment zone, where we can chop things into smaller pieces. We have noticed some like weak sides of the optimization for 14.0, which we still haven't which we're planning on fixing in 15.0. But I have pretty good hopes because the systems that we've experimented with work pretty well, and the idea is to like divide the surface zone into smaller sub areas and have calling happen on like smaller sections. Use the distance check thing to be for both checking of they can talk on the phone and the volume. I'm not sure what you mean by that. How many different drinks do I have? I'm currently drinking just regular Lipton tea, not an ad, and also not an ad. I'm having an energy drink here. So that's basically what I'm doing. I'm just mixing between those two. Okay, so let me explain the concept. Let me explain what I'm trying to do now. The way it will work is that you will be transmitting on a regular proximity voice chat. The client will never claim that they're talking on a phone. Instead, whenever they enter the area of an active phone, they will signal to the server that, hey server, I am currently nearby a phone. And the server will verify that information and add you to the list of active callers. And whenever you're on the list of the active callers, the server can use a very quick dictionary to verify, like whenever you're transmitting over a proximity voice chat, you will be now transmitting over the phone. Another issue is that what happens if someone transmits on a radio? Is that line even necessary at this point? Actually, no, that's not going to be a problem. Let me quickly think. How is the human voice chat handled here? If you're transmitting over radio or proximity. Okay, so that would need to be a validate receive. Okay. Okay. Another change of plans. That verification will be actually client side. I mean, the list of active callers will be client side. Because that will allow us to properly add the proximity of it. At least I'm assuming so. Yeah, I think that's fine. That should work. Okay, let's implement that. So honestly, this channel should not exist. because it's going to be handled entirely through voice chat, through like client-side interactions. So the only thing that we need to handle right now is make it so clients communicate that they're now near a phone, and the server will then communicate with other players that, hey, this player is now near a phone. And that should work. Is Surface Zone in a completed state? And if so, how long has it taken to develop? If we've been working on it for almost a year, it's still not complete. It is going smoothly though. It's the progress is pretty quick. Okay. All right, let's work on this phone then. So what we need to do is let a player. We need a list. How do sync lists work? We need to go back to the sync list. Any supported mirror type? Okay, that's good. Okay, so it's a public read-only sync list. Names list. Okay. Let's do that then. We're gonna have a... Or do we want to handle it with low-level messages? Probably better to handle it with low-level. I'm thinking. Okay, you know what? It's probably better to handle it with like low-level situation here. So we're gonna do a private struct phone user. Just call it like that. Do a public uint net ID of our user, and we'll also have a float called volume, and we will also have a public static read-only dictionary, and we will call them phone users. Okay, so these are the active phones users who have currently connected in the phone. The uint is actually a player ID. The network identity of a player, and the float is the volume, which we will solve with documentation later. If someone joins the call, they're added to the dictionary, and the float is a value between 0 and 1, indicating the current volume of the player. As they move away, it gradually goes to 0. As they move closer to the phone, it gets closer to 1. This has additional benefit of never actually synchronizing positions with the players. We're only synchronizing the volume to the nearest active phone. So like cheaters cannot extract any real information from it. They only know that they're near a phone, which they can see anyway because they are on the phone and they're speaking. So we have those phone users. And we need a way to synchronize with it. We will synchronize it in a sec. So we will do a couple of ways of doing that. Honestly, the way I'm thinking about it, we could do it with RPCs, but this script is already getting quite long. After we add documentation, it's going to be like 200 lines long. It's probably time to make a second class which will handle entirely just the call like management. Okay, let's duplicate this and call it the landline call manager. People say that you should never name classes manager. I disagree. Maybe I will agree when I grow up, but for now I think it's fine. Okay, and we're gonna remove everything but this. Let's add some basic documentation. This class will be handling handles synchronization, server client of active landline phone users. Okay, and we'll have a couple of methods. We'll also have some couple of messages. Let's do a private struct, and that's going to be a network message. Let's call it a let's call it, what do we call it? We want to struct the messages that will be sent by a client whenever they enter an AOE of the phone. So we can do like enter call request message. Now those structs need to be public in order to work here. I don't know, but I'm gonna keep them public. And we also have the public struct, and let's call it a landline sync message, because that's the message that will be sent. So that's a message sent by a client whenever they move near, or like they are close to an active phone. And this is a message sent by the server to synchronize active callers or call users. That works, I guess. Did I miss any super chats? I was looking in the code for a while. And this is going to be a network message. Same as this. This probably doesn't even require any data, because the message type itself is a kind of data. I guess it could include the specific phone, but I guess it could use the specific phone. Yeah, it's gonna be faster for a server. Let's do a public landline phone, requested phone. It's going to be verified by the server anyway, so like we can trust the user to preemptively optimize it. That kind of does require, like, it's a micro optimization for the server whenever like a cheater would like to send a billion of those messages and cause the server to check for like a lot of distance checks. This kind of streamlines it a little bit. And we have our landline sync message, which we would use as a that would be it can't be just a single message. It needs to be first it would need to be a player ID, now that I'm thinking about it. No, actually the uint is fine. Let's do a public uint network ID and public byte volume. The volume will be just squished into a single byte. That should be fine. Let's do player ID. Cyclable player ID. That's fine. Are you going to open doors in the checkpoint zones in the future like doctor rooms? I don't know what you mean by that. Can you add an option to slow load assets instead of having them all load at startup so it doesn't freeze low-end PCs? Well, loading them on startup makes it faster for them to run during runtime. Could phones be placed throughout the facility to pick up sounds like gunshots, footsteps, and screaming? Oh, that is unfortunately... Here, I'm gonna give you the exact thing. The exact quote. I'm not sure if it's gonna be visible on the text here. No, I'm just gonna read it out. Similar to radios, there is a technological limitation where only voice chat data can be heard and not what's happening in the environment around players. So there's no gunshots, no explosions, no sound effects, etc. That is a sad thing, but there is simply no solution for that problem, at least none that I'm aware of, and I'm open for suggestions. The problem is that the server simply is a headless device. It doesn't have sounds. It doesn't know what's happening. When people talk to each other, you encode your voice message, and the server just simply passes over the information to other clients. The server never understands what you're actually sending. The server never plays back any sounds. So there is no way for server to hear things like gunshots and record them and transmit them to players who are using radios. You would need to trust the client to feed back their own system audio, but that also includes other people's voices, which means that whenever two people are trying to speak at the same time, you're getting into an infinite feedback loop, and it's going to be super annoying. If there is a way to figure it out, ideally, if there is a way to like listen to a specific audio channel in your mixer and like get the actual PCM, that would be great. Unfortunately, as far as I know, according to my research, which included Unity documentation, that's not a documented feature. Could you end up reworking that way of using audio in the future so the things can happen? Audio currently is a Unity system. That's not something that we have access to. There's other solutions like Fmod, or yeah, Fmod is probably the most popular one, like Steam Audio, I guess, is also there. I'm not sure if these would give us the exact tools that we would need for that, but in either case, like, we are talking about a big undertaking to get a small detail in. Like, currently can't just justify it. Couldn't you send simple events with sounds names, like bullet explosion and distance? I could, but this is requiring you to... It's basically spaghetti code. Now you're adding a lot of additional like features that are like, you need to keep in mind that every sound that you make needs to also be somehow sent to the clients over, you know. But what you suggested is a smart solution. Like, that's something that if that was a critical feature in the game, that's something that we would do. The problem is that the technical depth that it includes is not really worth the small feature that it is, if that makes any sense. Okay, so we have our landline sync message, and there's also the volume, or we could call it the code, because I want the volume to also have additional information. I mean, the volume would probably go from like 1 to 255, and 0 means that this player is no longer a factor. Is no longer a user. But yeah, let's update that in a sec. And let's get a static that's the phone user. That's going to be a reference hub player. We're just gonna do a player here. We don't even need to do that. Oop. Reference hub. Private static read-only list of phone users, server active users, and this is going to be the sync phone users. And we will want to do something like public static void server add user. And they will also want to have the landline phone. Actually, it doesn't need to be a public. Let's do a... do they need writers and readers? They don't, because they are simple messages. So let's just do a private static void init, runtime initialize on load. Custom network manager, on client started, register handlers. Please remove SCP from the game, they kill me every round. Thank you. Send us a little more and we can think about it. No, just kidding, but thank you for the super chat. Register handlers, and in here we will do a network server replace handler for the intercall request message. Yeah, let's do it here. First of all, I'm gonna move it at the bottom. replace handler, private static void, server receive, receive message. It's kind of funny because that's usually how non-native speakers try to spell non-logical. Like, there's no way this is pronounced receive, right? Why is it not receive? But yeah, that's how I remember it. Private static void client receive sync message, and this is going to be a request message. Connection to client. Connection and our enter call request. And our client will also receive a landline sync message. And here we also need to replace our handler for the server receive message and network server, network client. Replace handler. I don't know why this is an error. Yeah, oh, I forgot to... I made a I didn't even look at the chat, I found it. Is that how you spell receive, or is that how you spell receive? Now I'm confused. How do you spell receive? Wait, there's a spell checker in... There we go, that's okay. And how do you spell receive? Why is receive such a stupid... Receive, okay. I guess how I spelled it before that really didn't make sense. Does that kind of make sense? Receive. Why is that pronounced sieve? Okay, whatever. You know what? English is stupid. I'm just gonna... It's receive? Yeah, I figured it out. I got a spell checker in Visual Studio. Alright, server receive message request, that's all good. The phone user can probably go over here because it's a struct, we don't want to keep it busy. And we just need to copy that, and we forgot the generic argument here. That is good. Landline sync message, okay. Add more SCPs to kill that guy. Thank you, Myth. We'll do that. I love SCPSL. You should make it where you can hear people that are around the phone, like people in the background. Yes, that is the idea. So what we're actually doing right now, thank you for the super chat, what we're doing right now is that we're syncing all the players, and this float is a value from 0 and 1, which will dictate the loudness of the player. You can see it here, that's the volume. And as you move away from the phone, your volume will decrease, and there's going to be multiple phone users. And yeah, that should work. One thing that I just realized is that we will need to figure out a way to mute the people who are... Ban Mr. Myth from the chat, I'm doing it right now. Put user in timeout. I'm gonna put him in a 1 minute time now. I hope that works. Thank you for the 67 Canadian dollars. That is a crazy request. Yeah. I put him in a 1 minute cooldown. I think that's fine. We do no refunds, just saying. Okay. Server receive sync message. That's the client receives sync message. Could SCP sounds be transmitted by having the SCP join the phone users and just transmit the sounds they make? So the idea is that SCPs will be able to join the call. They won't be able to say anything unless that's 9390079, although there is an asterisk. We don't know if that's still possible to do, but they want to, they are able to answer the phone and listen to the call. That is certainly an idea. That is certainly something that we want to do. Could SCP sounds be transmitted? Okay, that's already what I answered. Okay. Server receive requests. Okay, that's all good. Okay, so if we receive a request, first we need to do is validate that request. So first we want to see if there's something like connection try get reference hub or reference hub. How do you get reference hub from connection? Try get hub net ID. No, that's not what I wanted. How do you verify it? I forgot. Usable controller. How did you get it? Oh, you can just do reference hub, try get hub, connection, out, reference hub. Okay. Just quickly disconnect from a call. I was deafened in a call, I just realized. Message connection, everything's good. Okay. Now we want to validate if that phone even exists. Although we don't really need to validate that, because if they send a null phone, they're just gonna get disconnected. So we probably don't need to do any additional validation. We can just check if the let's do a, where's our phone? Let's do a message, requested phone, validate player, and we're just gonna pass our hub. If the validation fails, we just return. So let's add this method here. I mean, we're gonna add it in a bit. What's up with the Gabe in the corner? That is actually me, believe it or not. Over there, this guy here. That's actually me. Could you add a computer voice filter toggle for people who struggle to understand it through the filter? We could make the filter a little more clear, but probably not disable it completely, because it's kind of, I mean, I guess disabling it could be difficult because the way it's implemented, it's currently a filter in the audio mixer, which is not something that you can just easily turn off. What if more person answers the phone? Yes, there's only one channel and multiple people, like multiple phones can be joining a conference call, basically. That's the way it works. They always operate in speaker mode and they always operate in conference mode, meaning that speakers are basically like little, like local intercom where everyone can transmit, and they're basically like little portals. People can just talk to the phone and the voice will come out of all phones that have connected. Right. Going back to programming. Will the player visually pick up the headphone? No, like I said, they operate in the speaker phone, in the speaker mode, so yeah, the model stays unchanged. There's going to be something on the screen, but that's pretty much it. All right, so message, requested phone. If everything is validated, then we can check. One important check is to see if that player is already on our list. So if sync phone users contains our player, then we also want to return. And now we also do a okay, that is all good. Okay, so that's everything is good. And if everything passes, then we just add a new phone user. And that phone user would need a constructor. We would also need to calculate a volume for a player. But that's something we can figure out within the method. So let's do just that. So we are adding our hub with a message requested phone. Okay. So we are adding our user, everything is good. Can the computer take out the phone system? No, but computer will probably be able to join. Okay, so that's good. And if that is added, we also need to update our phone users, I guess. Let's do a phone user. New user equals to this. We're adding our phone user, and we also need to change the sync phone users add hub, and the volume would be new user volume. Client receives sync message. If network server is active, then we want to ignore it. And our sync phone users. So now we need the code for it. So there's going to be the volume code equals to message volume. If the volume code is 0, then we want to we'll also need to do something called volume range, private constant byte min volume code equals to 1, and max volume code would equal to 100. So we want the byte to only be between, or we could make it an S byte and make it so negative values, yeah, that could work. So if volume is less than 0, then we want to remove our player. Sync phone users remove our player. Oh, message player. But this shouldn't be a reference hub. This should be a recyclable player ID. So first we're also gonna validate if the reference hub try get hub player ID. Return. Okay, and we want to remove our player. Otherwise, we want to do that sync phone users hub equals to volume code divided by S byte max value. And we want this volume code to be a float. So it's a value between 0 and 1. That's looking good, I think. Yeah, now we also need to handle a new connection. So whenever a new player joins, we also want to resynchronize the information with the clients. We can do it through a different message, but I think it's better to just send a bunch of those messages. Like, it's not really that big of a deal, because that we're not going to have that many players. In the worst case scenario, we're gonna have 25 messages, which is quite a lot, but not terrible. Or do we make a pack? We could make a pack, I guess. Nah, it's fine. Because we're kind of like, let me just do a quick calculation in my head. We're basically adding an additional U short to that. Times 25, that's 52 bytes. 50 bytes, I mean. Nah, that's fine. So what we do is reference hub on player added. And we'll also have reference hub on player removed. So when we add a new player, that is going to be a new network connection, basically. And we want to send to that connection. We want to iterate over all phone users. Server phone users. And we want to send Landline sync message. Let's do a public landline sync message. Can we make a private? Can we access a private constructor within? Let's see. No, we can't. Okay, that's fine. We will just create a standard constructor. Or we don't even need a constructor for that. So we just sent a... Let's do a little byte here, volume code, and that would be math clamp 01 volume times s byte max value, and we wanna round it, round to int, or we can just cast it. It's not a precise science. Okay. User, everything's good. Okay, and now we just send a message to hub, connection to client. And we send a new message, which is the landline sync message. The player is the user player. Player ID. And the volume code is the user volume code. Okay. Or we could do a constructor. Yeah, let's do a constructor. Add emojis to SL. I don't think it's a big secret because we already added Bungalow to our credits, but there's going to be Steam emojis someday. I'm not sure what's the ETA on adding that, but we have made a bunch of Steam emojis. And yeah, they're going to be added someday. Okay, let's add this. Hub, player ID, volume code. And now we can just send it via a constructor, user, player, user, volume code. There we go. Little stretch. Yeah, that seems to be all good. And now if a player is removed, we want to remove it from our server phone list. We also want to remove it from this. So remove hub. And we want to remove it on the client as well. If network server active, we will also want to remove it from the server list itself. So we will do server phone users. Let's do a for loop, I guess. And if server phone users I player, and in this case we're gonna do a reference equals because that's it's marginally faster, but still we're talking about a small feature that should not really have any impact at all. Server phone users remove at I break. Okay, so we're just removing it from our list. Reference equals is just to go ahead, any comments, it's basically like checking this. except it skips like Unity, Unity bloat basically, because Unity has an overload for the null comparison. In this case, we're not really caring too much if the object has been destroyed, because there's no way the object has been destroyed, because this is called be in the destructor, so the object is not destroyed yet, and it just quickly checks if the reference in the memory is the same between those two objects. Basically, it's a bit faster, very minorly faster. Like, there's absolutely no difference at all. But again, we're talking about a very small feature that should have as minimal of an impact on other systems as possible. Validate players is marked red? Yes, we haven't done that yet. That's something that we will do in just a sec. Just want to check if there's anything else that we want to do here. We are synchronizing with new players. We will need to update our existing list of players. So we're going to do a static Unity methods on update and call it server on update. And if a network server is off, then we don't want to do anything. And we want to update our list of phone users. So what we're gonna do is do a phone users server phone users reverse 4. Why can I do reverse 4? A code snippet for reverse 4. I don't know, that's weird. Let's do 4. Phone users server phone users count -1, blah blah blah. That's all good. We will now check if our server phone user we'll check the validate player. We'll use the same method. Outflow volume. Okay. Let me cook 1 sec. Volume. And we will use the same message, the same method in here. User phone validate player user.player out volume. If the okay, that is all good. If we manage to validate that user, then we want to have a new volume code. Now there should be something called like a volume refresh threshold or resend threshold, and let's call it 3. So if let's do a method here, public static sbyte volume to code. Okay. Or maybe we keep it within it. Yeah, I guess we keep it within it. Public byte volume code. What was your reaction to Lars getting banned? Honestly, I don't know. I was like, for a while I was confused. I didn't know what happened. But I hope he gets his channel back soon. It's been quite a while. I know, like, the thing that sucks really with YouTube and stuff like that is that it takes so much time to even get a human response out of it, let alone, you know, because every single appeal that he sent apparently was just met with like an automatic AI response, which, you know, the beauty of the big 2026. All right. Landline sync message, everything's good, everything's good, everything's good. So, we have this volume. We can do volume code equals to volume2 code volume. In this place, we're gonna recalculate the volume code. Volume code equals to volume2 code volume. I don't like the idea of volume code on its own. I'm gonna call it volume sync code, and this would be the raw volume, if that makes sense. Is that better? Okay, so we have the code here, volume2 code. If the difference between code, so the mathematical formula for that would be math ABS. If the code minus user code is greater than code threshold or resend threshold, yep. Yeah, volume resend threshold, then we're gonna resend it. Or if it's greater or equal, then we're just gonna continue because we don't care, because nothing has really changed. Okay. Otherwise, we're just gonna do user volume sync code equals to the code, and we're gonna send a new message. Let's update our need to make sure that this is still the same. Or do we want to make it a class? Not really, no. A struct is fine. Okay, this is good. This is all good. Too much volume code, yeah. Everything is good. User, we want to update our sync phone users. So our user player volume is just volume. That's good. Else we wanna remove our user. And server phone users remove at I. And we will also send a new method, a new message. So in this case, we are doing a new message. Okay, we can just do new landline sync message. User player. Let's just do a reference hub. Hub equals to user hub, user player, because we're using way too many user.player. Hub, and the sync volume would be the code, and send to authenticated. Yep, that's fine. We could just do a send to all, I guess. All right. You use less than threshold. If it's less than threshold, then we continue, meaning that we take over the next phone user. So this is like an inverse, right? If it's greater than the threshold, this code will execute. Otherwise, we just continue to the next user. I know this is slightly confusing, but I'm a never nester, which means that if I did something like that, this is way too much nesting for me. I mean, it's still handleable for me, but yeah, I'd rather avoid it to the point where I'm probably gonna invert this, do that, and do a continue here as well. And this way we have removed another nesting. Again, I know this is slightly controversial, not everyone will love that, but this is the way we do it, and you get used to it quite quickly, and I think it improves the readability after you get used to it. Okay, and in this case we're just gonna do a -1 or maybe s byte min value or whatever, so we don't use a magic number. So if we fail the validation, we tell the clients to remove that player from the list of users, and if we accept the validation, we check the code, and if the code is greater than this threshold, and now we could probably get away by making it slightly more readable, doing something like that. And yeah, now it's a nice code. So we first check the validation. If the validation fails, we send the message to the clients, hey, this player is no longer on call. And if we do pass the validation, then we take the code, check if the code is different enough from the previous code that was sent. If it was, then we update our values and send this message to all. Does it make sense? Does anyone see any problems with that? I think that's a pretty solid system. I hope there aren't removing radios. No, we're not removing radios. Don't worry about it. Yeah. Let's go back to our radio. I'm still surprised we have so many people. We still have 300 people watching this. But yeah. All right, everything's looking beautifully. Our server everything's good. Okay. Now we do our public bool validate player, reference hub player. We could even call it server validate player, but we'll do it in a sec. Float volume. It's going to be an out float volume. Server validate player. Okay. And we check if the player is close enough to our proximity to our phone. Now, we need a way to cache our position. So let's do private vector-free position cache, or yeah, or cached position cache. I think position cache is fine. Okay. This is start, so on start we can just do it, transform that position, right? Because the start is always after map generation, because this is spawned at a particular position. What language does the game use? It's C#. It's basically Java but better. Oh my god, so many people are gonna get angry. Is it hard to mute the sound behind the wall? Programmatically, no. To make it in the optimal way, very difficult. You're basically, if we're talking about like sound raycasting or stuff like that, here's a good example of our waterfall, spatial waterfall, which is using, which prevents the water from being hearable behind closed doors. This is quite a lot of code, and it only works specifically for the achromatic abatement waterfall. It wouldn't really be reusable anywhere else. Basically, there is a lot of the micro optimization being made in a way so it doesn't really affect the performance. And it still doesn't work all the time. Like, there are some edge case scenarios where, like, if you have a micro HID lab, which is a double floor room, you may be able to like hear it in a inappropriate way. Like, that sounded weird. May be able to hear it in a way that, like, in a different way than you should be able to. How many lines of code does Night-Tailed Fox Announcer have? After the rework, There is no Nine-Tailed Fox announcer. There is Cassie. There is Cassie announcement dispatcher, which is the new thing. And it has like 300 lines of code because it's a rewritten code, so everything is dandy. I don't think I've ever used that word. Do you remember Cassie GPS? I do. Alright. Back we go. Server validate player. Player volume. I can just turn on the AC because I have all my windows closed and it's getting warmer in here from the PC. Okay. Server validate player. So now we need to check if player SQR distance to there was something like SQR distance to FPS extension weapon. Okay, everything's good. Everything's good. Closest. Yeah, let's do a quick validation. If player role manager current role is not IFPC role, then we are unable to transmit. Now we're gonna have another condition for 079. We'll probably change it from IFPC role to something like iPhone transmittable role. I don't know. Then we return false, and the volume should be 0 by default. Now if... Oh, and let's also call it... private float phone range. I guess that works. And we will also have a serialized field, animation curve, volume over distance. And let's call it transmitting range. Or voice pickup range. I guess that's better. Yeah. So if FPC role, let's first get a float SQR distance, FPC square distance to our cached position, and if our square distance is greater than voice pickup range, then we return false. Otherwise, we calculate our volume by doing volume equals to volume over distance, evaluate math square root of square distance, and return true. We will also need to check first if the phone is actually enabled. So if the what do you call it? Our current state is not in call, then we return false. Besides the documents on the code itself, does Northwood have any sort of internal documentation where the devs can learn what specific functions in games do? Yes, we do. We do it on our GitLab. I might be able to show you some of it. Let me actually show something that I can show. Let me think. What is a good feature that I could show? We have something called the wiki on our Git. And is there like is there anything that I did? Publishing your builds, adding holiday support, strip down command. There you go. That is, was it written by, that was written by Beryl. I'm gonna show something that I wrote myself. There's something called strip down command. And I'm gonna print it as PDF, so I don't accidentally show anything that I'm not supposed to. Okay, so this is on our Git normally. One sec, let me just quickly return to this area here. Save to PDF on the D drive. Okay, there we go. Okay, so this is supposed to be in Yeah, that's supposed to be in dark mode. But basically, you can kind of see here the documentation of our in-game. Yeah, that's not really that's not really helpful for you guys. But basically, like any major system has a documentation on our GitLab, which is where other programmers are able to see it. All right. So this is completed, right? We could add some basic documentation. Returns true if the player is within the transmitting range. Calculates player's voice volume and returns true if the player is within the transmitting range of an active phone. Okay, that works. What if we made it so you could only make outgoing calls for a coin? You know what? That is a good idea. That is not a bad idea. We could actually have like paid phones, which are basically like these, but you like it's a separate model, and like unironically making it would be possible. Like we could have a pay phone system where like you can only call or join a call if you answer the coin. That is funny. I like it. But for now, we're doing something simple. We are not adding any new models. That is the general idea. Okay. Is there anything else that we need to do? I mean, other than implementing the voice chain mechanic itself, we need to do the client self-reporting themselves, basically. So if that's an active call, we wanna have a constantly like checking if our local player needs to self-report, basically. There's also the aspect of picking up. So there's the idle dialing out. Okay, so let's do a switch here. Current state. If it's idle, then we move it here. If it's if we interact while it's ringing, then we want to pick up. Then the current state equals to in call. And that's it, right? I mean, is there any other logic that we need to do? We will also need to see if any other phone is currently if any other phone is currently in range. So let's do like a I don't know, a property could work. Private static bool, any phone in call or any calls active. We would just iterate over for each landline phone in instances. Or do we wanna maybe we wanna cache this value, so like it's only really changing. Yeah, I think we want to cache this value. So let's make it a static property and equals active, and we're gonna update this value somewhere here. Let's do I need to reorganize it so it's in a better position, but yeah, update active, update any phone, any call active. And we will make any call active false, and then check in phone current state is, if the current state is not in call, then we continue. Otherwise, any calls active equals to true, and we break here. Can you make words per second counter for Hubert this guy types? Can we make it? I don't know. I never actually checked it. Words per minute. Is there like a words per minute test? Free typing test. There we go. I think I did one of those before. Let's do a 1 minute typing test. I'm not super fast. I'm fast for a programmer, but like, yeah. Requires a lot more work than her guard than me. Yeah. I do a lot of mistakes. Just like that, yeah. I don't think I'm not gonna embarrass myself. I'm not gonna finish it. I type fast, but I make a lot of mistakes when I'm typing, so I feel like I waste a lot of time on just. But that's also because I changed my keyboard recently, so I'm not quite used to it. Okay, all's good. Target interact, idle, dialing out. So if it's dialing out, we will need to but in what conditions should we actually update it? So if it's ringing and we are in call, we wanna do that any calls active equals to true. Okay. If it's idle, it's dialing out, everything is good. So in this case, if we're if any calls active, then we just wanna but we can't just check it here. On state changed, dialing out. If it's in call, then any calls active equals true. If it's idle, then validate calls active. And if it's line busy, then we can just set it to false. Or we could also validate, just in case. Just out of principle, let's not set it to false in case there is some race conditions or whatever. Where have you learned C#? Since first developing, like it's on my experience. So I started working on Unity in 2013, I think. Since I was 12 years old, I was introduced to Unity by a friend of mine, and originally Unity supported JavaScript, which is what I used, and I kind of gradually changed into C#, I believe, towards like 2014 or 15, when JavaScript was no longer officially supported. So I haven't really learned it anywhere other than just copying YouTube tutorials and just getting a hang of it over time. Okay, so if the phone is idle and we interact with a phone that is idle and there is any calls active, we wanna immediately join the call. Otherwise, we're gonna dial out. And this is way too much nesting, so let's do a new method called dial out. And do that. Yeah, that is looking good. And I guess this is no longer necessary. Alright, so in this case we're just joining the call. Everything is beautiful. You copy YouTube tutorials and I learned from your development streams. Yeah. I mean, that is a way of doing that as well. Like, I don't think there is anything wrong with just copying until you get a hang of it. Like, it's realistically. Do you know any language except English and Polish? Not really. I understand mostly written German. I can speak a little German. Spoken German, I don't understand very much, unless it's spoken clearly and slowly. But I can handle written German quite well. Okay, let's set the range. What would be like a good range? Is it scale 0, 0? Okay, let's do a sphere for visualization purposes. And I would say you should be able to speak to a phone from maybe like 4 meters. Like, this is probably the point where you should no longer be able to speak to the phone. Maybe a little shorter even. 3.5. Yeah, like if you walk over here, you should no longer be picked up by the phone. Let's do 3.5. Okay. And let's do a voice over normalized distance. Let's do normalized distance equals this divided by pickup range, and we do it here. Where did I learn English? Mostly, honestly, from just running the studio. We had English classes at school, but I was really terrible. Like, you can go to the first streams that we did on this channel, and you could tell that I didn't speak any English. Like, at the beginning, after SL was released, my English was absolutely terrible, even worse than now. Yeah, I wasn't able to form a single sentence. I knew individual words. I could say, hi, my name is Hubert, I'm 21, or like I'm 17 years old, or whatever. That was back in the day. But after that, I just learned English naturally from just talking to people over the internet, trying to run the studio. That's basically it. Okay, so let's make it that about halfway through our voice will drop significantly, and then it will slowly fade out. Something like that should work. And we want to maintain a little buffer zone where our voice is 100% volume. That curve looks pretty alright. Is there a way to choose which place you want to call? No. If you call the phone, all phones ring in the facility. If someone picks up, they join the call. If multiple people pick up, they join the call. If they don't pick up, there's going the what do you call it? The phone will enter a little idle mode, but there's going to be a little lamp highlighted that there's currently a, you know. Hi RG, how you doing? What's the lore reason for fully open phone network inside a facility? Is there need to be a lore reason? I mean, it kind of makes sense that you could communicate with people by calling them on the phone within the facility. There is probably no network reception. If you want to call someone, you need to use landline because you're like half a kilometer underground. So I think it's pretty normal that there should be phones that people can call like different parts of the facility. Alright, that looks good. Everything looks good. Are we missing something? So now we should be able to pick up the phone. Let's try to do that. We're still unable to transmit any information, but let's try it. When is 15.0 this year? Ring ring ring, this is John, facility guard talking. Yeah. I think you can make server config for 2 phone models. 1 on 1 call, all phones call, and 2 at start of the round, 1 can link to another in a different zone. The problem is that this requires us to do additional coding to support that. The way this is currently done is because it's probably the simplest way of doing it. And that is the whole purpose of it. This is not supposed to be a major feature. I can't justify making it delaying 15.0 by longer than a day, basically. If that makes sense. It's not a major feature, it's just something, as I was explaining at the beginning of the stream, this is mostly so I can clear my mind from things that I was working on Previously I was working on 15.0 and I kind of like got stuck and I need to unstuck myself by working on something else. This phone used to be lower. Now I notice that. Like it used to be lower, I think. Anyway, let's see. Landline. We have our landline. I'm gonna enable no clip and immediately teleport to entrance zone and try to pick it up. So now, actually, we're just dialing out. After 15 seconds, there should be a line busy. And then after it, I would be able to call again. There we go, line busy. For those who don't see, I'm talking about this state over here. I'm gonna call again. And quickly go to entrance zone, try to pick up a phone somewhere. Okay. And it still says that it's dialing out. Let's see about the others. The others are... Oh. So this one is in call. But we forgot to change the other. So the others are now idle, which is cool. This one is... yeah, okay. So we didn't actually accept the other one. So this one is in call. Let's try to find another phone. Let's do one in a test room, because I think there's one in test room. Is there no test room? I don't think there's a test room teleport. But there's also one in test. Oh, we actually did not replace the prefab in test room, so it's not gonna work anyway. Okay, let's pick up another phone over here. Okay, and there we go. And now we have two phones which are in call. And we can actually go back to our 939 and join the call again. Great. Okay. That is good, I think. I think that's good. Okay, the only thing that we need to change now is, I mean, there's still the action of disconnecting, which I'll probably do off stream. I don't think there's a need to do the disconnecting feature. What we need to do here is that if we are dialing out, and at any point, if any calls are active, then we want our current state to be in call. So if any calls are active and we are currently dialing out, then we want to be in call. I'm not gonna check it because I'm sure it's gonna work. All right, final stage of the stream, actual voice transmission. I'm actually excited. This is also probably going to be like half of the stream. We've been streaming for 3 hours. We're probably gonna do another 3 hours. Damn. Okay. Or maybe not. We'll see. Anyway, what we need to do is figure out how we are gonna... I'm thinking. We need a sort of playback for the phones. Do we want to use a single playback or multiple playbacks? I think multiple playbacks is fine. We need basically an audio source which will teleport to the nearest phone that you are, if that makes sense. I'm still thinking. One sec. Because there's probably going to be situations where you are close enough to both phones to hear the player, but I don't think we actually need to care that much. Like, we could probably just make it so that the voice just jumps to the next one. That's going to be better for optimization, because the situations where two phones are going to be next to each other are going to be very rare. let's do a... How does a global voice work? A global playback. Global chat active, global chat color, global chat name. Okay, that's perfect. Okay, so that API can be added later. I'm gonna add it off stream because it's gonna take a while, and I really wanted to show you something usable today. So what we're gonna do is have a landline playback manager, another manager, or playback controller. Or playback handler, controller. I think playback controller is fine. Let's do a playback controller, and that class will handle all the playbacks of players who are currently... It's basically going to be a pool manager. Let me write a documentation first, and I'm gonna explain it in a bit. Teleports to the nearest active phone. Parent of recyclable playback sources that are used to emit voices of players transmitting over landline. Is that understandable enough for a chat? If not, basically this is going to contain playback buffers, which is just audio sources with that are capable of receiving voice data, and whenever someone is transmitting, they will get an assigned playback buffer from a pool, and whenever they're no longer transmitting, that will basically return. So what we're gonna do here is we're gonna make a singleton, private static landline singleton. Yeah. We will also need to instantiate it somewhere, but that's a... We'll worry about it when we get there. Let's do an awake. Maybe it shouldn't be a singleton. Maybe it should be just a... Whatever. We can change it later. And we're also gonna have a serialized field private playback buffer. Do we want it to actually be a mono behavior or singleton? Maybe we want it to be a maybe we want it to be a static class. Okay, I'm gonna do something a little stupid, but let's do a static class. I'm gonna have to change the documentation later, but what we're gonna do is just add a public static void set playback. Ooh. Okay, I have even better idea. Because we want to have... Okay, now I have a better idea. Because we also want SCP-079 to transmit over it, there's going to be different variants, different playbacks. So like different classes could probably have different effects applied to them. I think that's gonna be the way to go. So we will need to have different playback templates. And instead of this, we will just have something called receive data. And we will be receiving our samples, and also provide a playback buffer, voice chat playback base. Yeah, we will also provide a playback template. Or maybe we're gonna turn it into an interface. Yeah, we're gonna turn it into an interface. Hold on, one sec. Every role that will be able to receive or transmit voice over landlines will need to have a implementation of a interface. We're gonna call it iLandline transmitter. Landline phone transmitter. And it's going to be a public interface. And this guy will provide us with voice playback base, playback template. Epic. And now this will be the receive data, and we will need to provide our iLandline phone transmitter, or like speaker. Yeah, the transmitter sounds better. Or communicator, I don't know. User, no. Okay. This is all good. And we will receive data from the transmitter. And from now on, we have this parent here. We need to check if the parent is null. But is there a better way of doing it? Probably not. We're just gonna bite the bullet and do if the parent is null. And if it is null, we're just gonna have like a little dictionary here. Playback base u. I'm gonna explain it in a sec. I know this is a little confusing. It'll all make sense in a bit. So basically, if you transmit something on the phone as your role, for example, your SCP-079, you're gonna transmit your data, and whenever someone receives it, they will say, hey, this transmitter, being SCP-079, wants to apply those samples to the playback. They want to play the audio sample. Then the code will check their playback the template, see if that template exists in the pools. If it doesn't, it will create a new one from that template, and then it will play data on it. There's also going to be an active, we're going to make a private struct active user or active playback. We will actually have a reference to, it could be a read-only struct, public read-only voice chat playback base, template, instance, and user. Or maybe transmitter. No, user is better because... yeah, user is better. Okay. So the parent is null. Let's do a private static void rebuild parent. If it's null, that means a round restart has happened or it's been destroyed for any other reason. We need to rebuild everything, and we need to destroy everything that has remained from the previous pool. So we're gonna iterate over our pools. It should be a capital and it should be a read-only. We're gonna destroy all the pools that have not existed before. Or actually, we're gonna just remove. Oh, but this is a queue. Yeah, we're just gonna destroy everything from it. Voice chat playback base. PB or to destroy in value. If to destroy is null, then we continue. Then we destroy object destroy. Unity engine object destroy to destroy game object. And then we do value clear. We'll clear the queue. And then we're gonna create a new parent, which would be parent equals to new game object. We're gonna call it landline playback controller, or we could just do a tricky Unity utils or naming. What was the naming utils? What was the nicify object name? Nicify object name. Unity nicify, there we go. Object names, okay, so let's do a private static read-only string controller name or parent name, and we're gonna call it object names. Oh, it's only in Unity editor. Fuck it, we're just gonna do name of landline playback controller. The nicify part is not available at runtime. Wait, someone on Stack Overflow is doing some regex. I don't think the regex is necessary here. Okay. We have our parent name, transform, and that's pretty much it. And now we're gonna do a get or add playback. And we're gonna use the transmitter. Now that I'm thinking about it, there should be a reference hub speaker. If speaker role manager current role is not a voice role, and if voice role voice module is not transmitter, then we return. Everything else is good. Okay, try or add playback, and let's do reference hub player or user or speaker. Let's change it to speaker to keep the name uniform. I just wanted to ask about work on SCP-SL in the future as level designer. Is there any chance to become part of the project as that role? What skills or knowledge are required to important to learn? Thanks. I don't have the most up-to-date information. Whenever we look for new level designers, we will just open applications. So just keep your eye on our job listing channel on Discord, and you'll get all the requirements in there. I don't really know everything off the top of my head. You must add phones in checkpoint security rooms. Yes, that is the plan. So I'll just go over again. The idea is to add phones in every gate A and B, every entrance zone office room, subsection for 173 and 049, the freeway armory, 079 armory, 127 lab, micro HID lab, heavy containment to entrance zone checkpoints, junk room, warhead silo near the controller, surface warhead control, light containment chambers like 127, like the old 173 tower, GR18, 914, 330, and PC15. Okay, we have our parent, everything is good. Add our playback speaker, and let's do voice chat playback base template. And we will also have a list of active sources, active playbacks, voice chat playback base, everything's good. Active playback, that is good. So first we iterate over the active playbacks. So if active playbacks, try get value template out list active playback, playbacks. No. Or maybe. Yeah, I think that's gonna be fine. We're not iterating over too many players. Okay, that's good. Active playbacks, try get value, everything's good, everything's good. Otherwise, we want to see if there is anything in the pool. So if pools, try get value, template, out queue, voice chat, playback base. Pool. And or pool try DQ out voice chat playback base instance, then instance equals to instantiate Unity object. That's good. Okay. So we instantiate a new one from the template, and we add a new active playback. Add new active playback. And we need to generate a constructor here from the template, instance, and speaker. And we will want to return that. So let's do this. I think this could be just a list. There's no need for another dictionary search. Yeah. There's only going to be a few active playbacks at the time, so we don't really need to optimize it with dictionary, because in this case, generating the hash code will probably be slower than just iterating and comparing reference, especially with them being read-only structs, which are really nice, prone to caching. Everything's good. That's good. Yeah. Okay. Now, if we fail to get one from the pool, or the pool is empty. Ooh. The pool is empty. That one exclamation mark would have cost us quite a lot of time trying to debug that. But if you want to call 100 people, then iterating over 100 active playbacks is probably least of your performance concerns. But yeah. Could the phone display which location in the facility the call is coming from? That is the idea. Have a list of active phones that are connected. Again, let me just quickly bring back, I actually haven't made that, but making calls. Calls can be made by interacting with a phone as any proximity voice chat class. Ringing will continue for 15 seconds. Phones have names, typically inherited from the room name, and all phones that have joined the call have their name listed on their screens. Individual players speaking will have their usernames displayed in the game UI, similar to radio or intercom. So whenever you're transmitting over the phone, you will see like the little, like in the right corner of the screen, like your username flashing. And if you just interact with a phone and you don't speak, then your nickname is not revealed, but it's shown that you have joined, like the phone has connected the call. So people can still figure out that someone is eavesdropping, they just don't know who. I was optimizing the 14.5.3 server code with another dev. Managed to get 50 TPS with 150 dummies. Like on the server itself. That's probably true, because the problem that we managed to narrow down is that with optimization, and that kind of sucks because there isn't much we can do about that, is player animations. If you have a lot of animations, that's why, like, if you're struggling on high population servers, we actually added a setting in the menu that allows you to lower the refresh rate of animations. It's called animation quality. You could try lowering that. Hopefully it helps a little. Can spam rules on servers apply on radios and intercom? I mean, it's up to the servers. But I guess so, yeah. And yeah, and you will also, like, we kind of have a like little rule, because again, like some people probably asked, I don't actually see anyone asking, but people asked if it's necessary. I'm already assuming that people are gonna ask why are we even adding those flashing global chat indicators whenever someone is speaking on the phone. Why not keep it a secret? The reason is that unless it's a proximity voice chat where you can see the player's nickname, we want to make sure that people who are speaking still know who is the original, the person who is speaking, in case like someone says, I don't know, a bad word or whatever, you know whom to report, right? So that is the idea, that you probably should not be able to just leave, like transmit voice without the ability to identify who's transmitting. But yeah. Should write some keycard access, be able to override the call state and automatically pull all phones and speakers and join the call even without picking it up. Mini intercom, yeah, that's not a bad idea. But I think we can, for now, focus on the baseline implementation. Alright, get our, at which point are, okay, yeah, I forgot to do return ret. That is looking good. So, we have our transmitter. And in this case, we can just do get or add playback, speaker, transmitter template, and yeah, we could just do an instance here. We could just return an instance. PB instance, ret that instance. I'm just gonna call it ret. Receive data, that's good. Playback, back. And now we can do, where was it? Register input source, no, buffer? Or we could do a single buffer playback instead. Now we need to replace every single instance of playback buffer base. I could probably just do a find and replace, but I don't care. This, and this. Is that all? Over here as well. Okay, playback, write buffer. And we have our samples. Length. And what is source index? I forgot about that. Oh, never mind. Int to float. Right, that's supposed to be a float. And also here. Will the phone reveal the speaker class? I'm assuming it will not. No, on the same way a radio works, basically. Imagine that this is just a radio, but instead of being a handheld device, it's instead put on the wall, and it's disabled unless you interact with it. But for intents and purposes, it's just a radio, which is an environmental entity. I mean, driving classes of lesson 5, got any tips? Oh god, not really. I know that when I was preparing for like driving classes, I actually bought one part of it I actually bought like a steering wheel, like with a manual transmission and some pedals. And I was actually practicing in like Euro Truck Simulator and BeamNG. It actually helped, especially like training to like start from an uphill with manual transmission, because that is something that I struggled with. And I managed to get my driving license on the first attempt. So take it for what it's worth, which is probably not much, but I hope it helps. And that's obviously assuming that you have the spare cash to like buy a steering wheel, because like I was planning on buying it anyway because I was like streaming, so my situation was completely different. If you don't feel like you will enjoy playing like driving games, then it's probably not an investment that is worth considering, but if it is, then you may as well. Is the phone gonna take inventory slot when used? No, it's operating in speaker mode. It stays on the wall. The handle, not the handle, what do you call the, what do you call it? I have it somewhere in the thing. The handset stays in place, so yeah. Alright. Can multiple people speak through the same phone on other phones? Yes, that is the idea. Okay, I think we are kind of done. I mean, not really. But I guess it kind of is. Receive data speaker. No, fuck. One sec. I have a little situation. I broke off a... Oh. Fuck. Okay, no, never mind. I'll handle it later. Have a little... Did I manage to do it? No, I didn't. I think I just broke my heater. Fuck, I'll handle it later. Never mind. Okay, that's looking good, that's looking good. Receive data. So are we missing anything here? I don't think we are. We could do a... Speaker samples. Am I missing something here? I don't think we are. Okay, so... Oh yeah, we absolutely need to do a... if landline manager sync phone users try get value speaker out float volume, then we return and we also need to set the parent's position to our closest phone, which is something that we will need to handle in a bit, but for now let's ignore it. For now let's just do a parent position equals to our main camera position, just so we can hear it, but we will properly test it later. Oh, and we also need to have a volume scale, so let's do playback volume scale equals to volume. Okay. How many phones will be on the surface? Currently just one, near the nuke detonation system. Hold on, just looking for one thing. I need a little... I need some pliers. With the surface zone rework coming, what is the priority for the remaining zones? Which of them will be reworked first? I already answered that question. The idea is that, well, the original idea was to go for entrance zone directly, but now with pairs being quite a success, there is a we may consider reworking light containment zone first. Okay, I think I got it. Oh, sorry, Chad, I'm just fixing my damn. Okay, I won't fix it now. I don't wanna take the time from the stream. Parent position of position, speaker, playback template, voice scale, volume, everything is good. Are we missing anything here? I don't think we are. Just pretty good. Okay, let's give it a test. We're gonna go to a human voice module, and we're gonna give it an landline phone transmitter. Let's call it a landline phone voice module. This is probably better. And we will need a reference to a let's call it landline playback template. And we can do an inherit doc. Does it work? It will, but it's currently, yeah, it currently doesn't have a documentation. Okay, and in here we go for the process samples. And in process samples, if it's a radio, then we go distribute samples, proximity playbacks. So in case of proximity, we want to do a landline controller try receive data. I'm just gonna call it receive data, I guess. Data len. And the speakers are. What is our? Let's do hub. Is there a hub? No, let's do a role. Try get owner. Oh, but it's not a speaker though. No, it is speaker. Okay, so we do hub, speaker, everything's good. And we're gonna duplicate it and put it here. And that should work fine. When you play simulators with 50-kilometer wide maps, with more FPS than a small map called Game SCP. Thank you for answering, no problem. I know this is not the stream for it, but will there be a new SCP-173049 which has shown to Patreon as part of 15.0? I'm not sure if it's gonna make it as part of 15.0. The original idea was to have it part of 14.0 series. It's not a priority for 15.0, but it may be a part of some 15.0 series, such as, 15.1. Please add skins, man. Someday we probably will. For now, we're exploring our existing lines of monetization. Okay. Okay. So is there anything that we're missing? Or are we basically done? Radio, receive channels. That is good, that is good. Okay, so the only thing that's remaining, from my understanding, is the actual self-reporting. So we want to have like a closest... Are we already self-reporting? Are we actually ever sending the land? Yeah, we're not. Okay, so let's go here. We have our usable items. Oh, I have an even better idea that I had just had. If we go to our landline phone, instead of having any calls actives, let's do active instances, or let's call it all instances, and this is going to be active instances. Okay, so we're adding all instances here. And for if any instances count is greater than 0. Okay, so let's do a join call method, I'm assuming. And current state equals to in call. Instead of calling it active instances, let's call it in call instances to remove the ambiguity. Dial out all instances. Okay. Ringing, dialing out. The default would be remove this. Okay. Oh, and one thing that I notice is that we only want to call the idle instances. Now that I just notice it. So if we are dialing out, where is the dial out? There it is. If phone, okay, let's do if phone current state is equal to idle or is busy. That's unnecessary. Is not. That is the idea. Okay. Server dial out. The big H, do you think SL will ever get a weather effect? We are hoping to have not like not like dynamic weather effects, but we want to have like on the surface zone it might be snowing. It all depends on optimization though. If it's too unoptimized, we may have to scrap that, but the idea is to have it. Okay. So we have our active calls. We have our in-call instances, and we now want to self-report if there's any like active instances and we are nearby the phone. So how do we do that? We can go to the call manager, and in our server on update, let's just do update and do a private void server update. And we will also want to do... We also want to like self-report ourselves. So like if sync phone users, okay. Actually, probably best to do something like in here. And we can do that if current state. Oh, or we could probably move it here, I guess. If we are currently in a call, then we can client update self-report. Okay, and let's do if reference hub, try get local hub, out reference hub, L hub. This is pretty fast, right? Let's see. Yeah. So our local hub, return if local hub role manager current role is not I voice role VC role, then we return. If VC role is not a voice transmitter, I landline phone voice module. Ooh, voice module, there we go. Almost dodged another bullet. I mean, I just did. And I want this to also provide information about our current vector free position. By default, that's just going to refer back to our voice. I'm already trying to add support for SCP-079 basically, because right now, if we have our validate server validate player, there we go. We're checking for the FPC. That's not the idea now. We're changing it as not voice module, voice role, VC role, return false, and if our player, VC role module is not I landline voice module, let's call it VC module, return false, and here we're just doing squared distance, owner position, squared magnitude. That should work. We need to go back to our human voice module. And in here, we just need to implement do I get actually no, we don't need that. We can just do a lambda role get position. That doesn't work like that. Role is IFPC role FPC FPC module position or role transform position. That should work. This is just a fallback. This is actually never gonna be called. Okay. Validate player, everything's good, and now we're just doing the self-report. So we're in the call. If we're in the module, everything's good. We can do if landline manager phone users contains ourselves, which is lhub, then we return. Otherwise, landline, we just send a new message. Generate constructor. This. Okay. So now we should be able to join our calls. Oh, we also need to check for the position, of course. So let's do module squared magnitude is greater than range. Let's do a float voice pickup range square. Okay. How was your day? Pretty good, thank you. Okay. That works. Can 079 sabotage? No, but he would be able to join different calls. That is the idea. Okay. What type of room SCP-953's containment chamber? Corner? I'm not gonna answer that question. There is not even a guarantee that we're gonna have a 953 room on release, although obviously that's something that we are working towards. This is just not a priority. It's not a... Yeah, it's not a priority, but it's something that we're planning on doing. But I'm not gonna be providing any kind of details. What kind of voice will computer have in call? Probably very similar to the one that he has on speakers, minus some... Yeah. Okay. I think we're actually done. Did we forget about anything? So we are self-reporting, which is cool. I think it's time for us to test it. I really think it's the time for us to test it. You only need to set up the, like, for coding wise, everything is done. We need to set up the so a human proximity. What was the word? Human role base? No? I think it's just a tutorial. Yeah, tutorial role is the baseline for humans. We have our proximity playback. Our nearby proximity, which I'm just gonna duplicate. Let's call it the landline proximity playback. I'm just gonna keep it like that. For now, we're gonna keep it baseline. Okay, and in our tutorial role, we just need to assign our landline proximity. Okay. It should theoretically work. Will it though? Let me just quickly go through the code again. So we process our samples, we try to receive data, we see if there is a phone user. If there is a phone user that has joined a call, that honestly should work. I don't think we forgot about anything. I'm excited. Let's see how it goes. I'm so glad I've been playing SL since 2017, and I really respect you as a man and developer. Thanks for making SL, man. Thank you very much for playing it and sticking around for so long. Will the ghost sign force cancel and activate call? That is a cool interaction that we could probably easily add. Let me just quickly note it. I'm gonna add it off stream, but that is a cool 2176. 2176? I'm already getting mixed in it. Of course it's... oh yeah, it is. Okay. Interaction. That is a cool idea. So we currently have the generator conditional spawning and 2176 as a confirmed suggestions that I'll be planning on implementing. Okay, I'm probably not gonna be able to hear myself, but I'm gonna put up my second instance of Unity in a sec, and yes, we will handle it. So, there is a chance that I'll be able to hear myself, although there is probably a check that will prevent it from happening. Let's see. Let's go to the intercom. Hello, 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 no. Hello, hello. Yeah, I don't think it's gonna work. I don't know which check is actually broken. I mean, like, it is working correctly. I should not be able to hear myself, obviously. But let's see. I'm probably just not getting... at some point there is a check that prevents me from like receiving the call. But let's try it anyway. Oh wow. Oh, I love Unity. You know what? There is a better way of checking it. We're just gonna commit our changes and hope everything works. So, let's select everything that is here. Landmine proximity voice chat. Tutorial role 939. Landline phone. We're getting anything here? Okay. First test after implementation on stream. We're gonna launch our second Unity. Pull and push, okay. Wait, on which? Oh wow, I was operating on the wrong project. I mean, it's okay because it's the same branch, but I just realized that the reason it was compiling for so long is that it's on my old hard disk instead of my M2 drive. So that explains a lot, and that also explains why my second Unity instance, I mean my second, what do you call it? My second Visual Studio happened. Opened. Love how there's a Make Chaos Great branch that apparently happened. I'm 99% sure that's Onion Man. Let's just give a while for everything to boot up. Why doesn't SCP have proper tutorial? The reasons, like, why, as in, is there a reason why there, why we don't want one? There is not. We want a tutorial. There is practical reasons as of why it hasn't happened yet. It has to do with how the game code was structured. It's no longer an issue, it's no longer an obstacle. And we're currently working on some tutorialization for SL. Okay, I don't know what's taking so long. It's still downloading the data. I'm gonna start a server on this guy. How many years did it took you to get used to C# code in Unity? It's been years. How many months? It's been years. It's a constant improvement. I feel like I haven't been able to make a proper code until like 2020, which is 8 years after writing in C#. But I'm stupid. I'm pretty sure that anyone else would be able to achieve proficiency much sooner. Right, I'm still waiting for the project. I'm not sure why it's taking so long, why it's... I just got confirmation from Beryl that it was in fact Onion Man. Okay, I'm still waiting. I don't know why it's taking so long. I just pulled data, and it's on my main drive, and I was updating up to date with master, so I'm not sure why it's taking so long. So let's go over things that I might have missed since we're waiting anyway. Oh, it suddenly accelerated. It went from 30% to 64 in a millisecond. Is there ever be a change in main menu design? Maybe inspiring from the old projector style. The old projector style will probably never return, mostly because of how like you wouldn't be able to fit everything that we want on this menu. Like I agree that it had style, but realistically, if we were to rework a menu, we would probably stick to a practical style. Similar to what we have right now, but just more, because the problem that we have right now with the main menu is that everything is super inconsistent. We have like 5 different fonts used everywhere, and it's completely inconsistent across all other UIs. So if we were to make a menu change, it would probably be to focus on like a unification of the style across more UI elements. So it wouldn't be just the menu, it would be alongside like in-game UI. Why did you stop recording streams where you work on SCPSL? Mostly because of our stupid monetization methods, which is through Patreon. I mean, I'm not saying, you know what I'm saying. It's basically, the biggest drawback is that we are unable to, like, keeping certain things as a secret is currently how we make money to develop new updates. It's like, I think it's overall a good monetization method in a way that it kept us going. It's obviously not optimal for the like, you know, transparency, right? That some transparency needs to be sacrificed so we can get the money needed for the project to keep going. The long-term solution to that problem is to obviously diversify our income in some other ways. That's how what we have tried to accomplish with things like makeshift campaigns. Just add crates, maybe not crates, but some other form of in-game monetization would be a great way of letting us be more transparent. Try YouTube memberships. Memberships are not that good, I dislike the program. I dislike the fact that people who are not members keep getting recommendations for members, which is obviously good for sales, but I really hate the idea of going on YouTube page and seeing a great video that I want to see and it's like members only and whatever. And the worst part about YouTube membership is that even if I agree to join a membership and I later cancel it, then every single time I go on a YouTube channel of that person that I was a member of, I'm being reminded to renew my subscription. Like, I'm being punished for the fact that I have decided to subscribe for a month so I could view one video and then decided to cancel. This is my biggest issue with YouTube memberships, is that every single time I go to a channel where I was a member for a month, I'm being reminded every single day, hey, maybe you want to renew the subscription. Come on, we're almost starting. Add skins and loot boxes. Definitely not loot boxes. I don't want anything with like a gambling situation in SL. Skins is not too bad of an idea. It's probably something long term. Overall, what do players gain from phones when they already drop radios on spawn? I love communication options currently feel... So again, like the purpose of the stream is because I was working on 15.0 and I was basically getting stuck, and the best way if you're like getting stuck and you don't know what to do is to work on something else and just return to your main work with a clear mind. So the whole purpose is actually for me to be to work more optimally on 15.0. Paradoxically, taking a detour for 2 days or a day and working on something else is probably going to make me complete my work faster, because again, I'll just return to the project wanting to work on it again. What will players gain? I think it's a cool interaction which doesn't really hurt anyone. I think it's a cool, what do you call it? Like a socialization thing, right? It's a nice social aspect of the game. So yeah, ironically, the whole purpose of this feature is to speed up 15.0 development, as stupid as it sounds. Are you going to add, are you still against adding text-based chat? Yes, I am. Specified host not available. Why? That is not what I was trying to join. Local host. Do not add loot boxes or gambling of any kind. That is definitely not the plan. Yeah, I don't think so. Alright, let's see. Round lock, let's join. I'm gonna turn this guy to class D. This guy goes to 939 cryo. This guy got sent to intercom. Now I'm gonna call, and I'm gonna mute this instance of Unity. So I'm calling. Moment of truth. Hello? Fuck. It's not working. Let's see why it's not working. Now that would be a great way to make Visual Studio work and actually connect. Yeah, that's not gonna work. Receive data. Do we actually create a rebuild player, parent name, landline playback controller? Is that at any point created? It's not. Why is it not? Rebuild synchronized phone users. Okay, I only have one solution, and that is to restart Unity and try to actually get my Visual Studio to work. So we are restarting Unity. Time for 900 debug print statements. I used to do that, yeah. But now we're actually having Visual Studio, which, if it works better. The problem is that it doesn't work sometimes. Okay, let's... This is going to be our client, so I wanna actually see... Okay, first things first, we're gonna join the... Let me just quickly attach to Unity again. Do you guys ever use AI for help? Not for writing code. If someone is like struggling with research, they are allowed to use some large language models as like a way of researching problem, but never to write or generate any code. Okay, will you work now? Let's see the line manager. That's not this line manager. Landline manager. Okay, sync phones. Okay, now it's actually working. Let's go to our, not the 1-7 lab, although we will be placing a phone here as well. Does this gram scale work, by the way? I never tested them. Oh, it does. Epic. Okay. We call. We go to the intercom. We pick up, and there we go. We're failing the validation. Let's see why. Oh. Okay, that was really that simple. I forgot to square it. Let's try to go here as well. And now we should be able to pass the validation. Yes, now we're passing the validation actually. Okay, found the bug. Which is good. Turns out it was much easier than I thought. Okay, let's fix it real quick. Have our voice pickup range. Let's do a private property. Voice pickup range SQR. Okay. We're gonna stay attached and we're gonna go to our SCP-SL. This time I'm gonna go out. Oh, already up to date, right? Because I didn't commit it. Okay. This is going to be our client, so we need to unfortunately wait for this Unity to boot up. I'm gonna make some tea. Oh. Let's wait for it to compile. But what tea are we drinking today? I have pretty much everything. Pick a tea. I'm gonna take the first one that shows up that I actually have. Can you send us this build so we can play? Unfortunately, it has 953 in it, or at least the prototype version of it, so we can't. Green tea? Green tea it is. I got green tea. Alright, now we connect. There are plans to continue work on the player list badge rework. That would also be part of the. This has been paused because, like I said, the current interfaces are quite all over the place. This is tied to a larger UI overhaul or like unification. Again, I wouldn't expect anything large. It's mostly about trying to bring the styles closer together. ChatGPT is working on badges, yeah. .16.0, I am hoping that it's going to be part of 15 series, but 16.0 eventually. You're kidding me, right? Disconnect? Okay. That was weird. Alright. You are sent to intercom. Test number 2. Hopefully this one is the one. Hello? For fuck's sake. Why? Server valid player. Are we even receiving the message? Server update. Client receive sync message. Let's see that. Right, of course not. Oh, I think I know why. I think I know why. And it should be quite easy to fix. I think the reason it doesn't work is because we are not transmitting the proximity voice. Validate receive. Yeah, there it is. Because check proximity. It's failing. I'm gonna remove this check for now and see if it works. So we're now on the we're gonna have to just quickly restart this. This is just a server side check, so we're just gonna make it so this guy connects and the other one is a host. Do you know Russian? I do not know Russian. Wouldn't you always hear them then? No, this is just a server-side anti-cheat. We just need to add an additional condition that if someone is transmitting on the voice chat, then like we are allowing people to receive it. But that's pretty much it. Hello? It works! So right now the proximity voice chat is in our head. Like if we go to here, like the landline proximity, there we go. So I just moved here. But if I move over here and I start transmitting, you'll notice that this teleports over here. Let me just... Oh. Hello? Okay. Woo! And the best part is, this is the landline like voice, it's a separate playback. So what we can do is change it to like 079, for example, and if 079 was transmitting, now it's 079. I'm just gonna mute myself. Alright, so now that I'm closer to the... I need to put my headphones down because I can't speak while I'm hearing myself. So now when I'm close to the phone, you can hear me quite clearly. But as I start moving away from the phone, you should hear me quieter and quieter. Oh, I'm very quiet now. Woo! So yeah, the distance actually works. I'm not sure how loud it was or clear it was, but yeah, the voice chat distance it gets quieter. We can make it so it not only gets quieter, but actually like more, I don't know, let's do something like a high pass filter, alright? And now we have a basic filter for the phone, and we could make it something like that. Is it gonna work? Okay. Woohoo! Okay, that kind of works. It needs to be much louder.
Hello? Okay. Yeah, this is really bad. But we can adjust the effect later. But yeah. The landline works. And if I move away...
You can't hear me right now. I mean, you can because I unmuted on OBS, but I'm currently speaking in the game. This phone has not joined the call, but if I interact with it, I'm joining the call. So everything is good. So yeah, that is epic. That is peak. What do we need to fix? Because there was something that needed to be fixed, right? We could do the position. We also need to do invalidation for the for the voice line manager, playback controller. We just do a... Am I unmuted? I am unmuted. Okay. We need to do a little receive data. In here we invalidate all the playbacks. That should be a good thing to do. I think I'm just gonna do a private static void init runtime initialize unload method, static unity methods, and let's call it recycle instances. And we could make a slight delay because it doesn't need to happen every frame. Let's do private static and recycler clock. Recycler, actually no, I have a better idea. We're just gonna invalidate the first playback every single time. So we're not iterating over all playbacks, we just check that if active playbacks count is 0, then we don't care. And then we check if the first instance the max samples, is there like a... Where was the audio source that pause? There's the source. Is playing the max samples, okay. So if the instance max samples is greater than 0, like that quite. Let's make it so active playbacks count I++. Whoop. If active playback I max samples instance max samples is greater than 0, then we continue, and then we do active playbacks remove at I, and we don't care over any other, because at the end of the day the possibility of two playbacks stopping at the same time is pretty small, and even if it happens, it's just gonna be recycled the next frame. What would need to happen is that every playback, more than one playback, stops every frame, which is completely ridiculous. But yeah, that should be a nice micro optimization, which doesn't matter at all, but is better than nothing. We can add a comment here in case someone is confused in the future. Okay. So, I guess the best thing that we need to do now, I mean, I could figure it off stream, but we need to bring back the anti-cheat protection, basically. What we would need to do is have a list of players who can communicate with each other. Yeah, I guess, I mean, we already have it. Yeah, we can just do it here in the manager, sync phone users. Okay. Yeah, it's quite simple. We can just do public static bool validate connection between players. Turns true if the two players can hear each other or can transmit voice to each other over a landline. Get connection between players. Okay. So we're going back to here. Check proximity. Instead of check proximity, we could change it into check voice chat range. Check in range, I guess. Landline manager. Get connection between players, hub and owner. And this needs to be like that. Okay. So I guess that's it. We have a nice secure way of doing it. Now it's the matter of, do you guys wanna do some pairs? Or do we continue doing all the details like 939 being able to transmit? First, let's do a poll, alright? What do we do? Let's do a little poll. Can we create a poll? Start a poll. Start a Q&A, start a poll. Pairs or continue phones? More phones, pairs. So. Oh damn. You guys really want more phones. It's really close. It's 61 to 39. Let's wait for the 100 votes. It's 100 votes. I'm ending the poll. More phones. All right, we're continuing with more phones. So we're gonna do one more feature and then we're gonna go on first. How about that, huh? That fine? That fine? Yeah, let's do that. Oh, one thing that we need to do is to like add the proper visual audio effects. And one thing that I just realized is that this is only talking about phone users, but phone users will not be able to right, because right now the validate yeah, there we go. If it's like, for example, an SCP, the SCP will not be able to hear a player. Yeah, that's a problem. Oh. I'm thinking. Like realistically, because now I realize it's not gonna work for spectators either. Is it gonna work for spectators? I actually don't know. Let's see. How do I see? We have no free instances, and there's no way a dummy will interact with a phone. Actually, dummy does not need to interact with a phone. I can interact as a human, and then I can turn myself into a spectator and see if that works. Yeah, we can do that. Let's see if it works for spectators. It definitely does not work for like another SCP, which is not a human. I'll just show you in a sec. Okay, let's create a server. Oh, which one is the server? That is the P. And that is the I. Okay. So actually this guy needs to be a server. Could you make it that if you select the version of SCP-SL, like I really like the old heavy containment zone and I want to play the version again, there is a project, a community project called Mistaken PL. These guys have all the versions of older SL, including central servers, so like you can actually play with other players. So if you want to check out the older versions, they occasionally make the events. Just saying, like, they're not affiliated with us in any way, so like we don't really control the security and everything, so download everything on your risk. But yeah, I heard that people play there. So if you want to try it out, do it at your own risk. Which, as far as I know, is completely safe, but, you know, don't take my word for it. Or if anything happens, then sue me. Yeah, I know, Verl, that there is the automatic round locks feature. I'm just... Okay, let's do a... Unfortunate. Okay. One thing that I also noticed, I just realized, I mean, is that if I try to call it and pick it up elsewhere, the fact that I'm still next to the person who's speaking, I'm pretty sure... Hello. The other Unity. Hello? Hello? Oh, wait. One. Okay. Let's see. The landline playback. Oh. Test. Oh, shit. What have I done? They're not being recycled to the pool. Landline call manager. Right. So they're being removed, but what we forgot is to make a pool. Let's make a... How do we do that? Pools. Get or add new. Template NQ PB instance. There we go. Right. I love memory leaks. Leaks. Yeah, I know, right? But anyway, if I'm thinking correctly, and I think I am, let's go the landline proximity. And for the sake of experiment, let's change it to 079. Testing. The other one. Testing. Not the other one. Which one? Hello? Ooh. Why are you not working? Does it even work? Now we completely broke it. Wait. Where is the other guy? He's a ghost. Do we need to call an exorcist? I don't know what happened. I think, yeah, let's just let's do a thing. I think what, like, this sort of anomalies that can happen is mistaken mentioned. this sort of things can happen if there is a different server code for client and server. I hope that this is what happened and it's not like... Because if it's not what happened, then either my game is haunted, or we are having some bigger underlying issue that we need to solve. But yeah, anyway, let me get my key. I forgot that I already put my... Are phones coming in 15.0? That is the general plan, yeah. Given how smoothly it already went, I don't think there is anything stopping us. I just need like 2 more hours to finish everything. I'll do most of it off stream. We're planning on continuing streaming for like maybe 30 more minutes. And then we may jump on pairs and I'll just finish it tomorrow. Okay, so we go to there and another one here. Hello, hello. Why are you not working? What's going on? Oh, okay. It works. The only problem is, even if I get here, guys, I'm actually scared. What if I turn his role to something else? The best part is I'm a server. I'm supposed to see him. It's a ghost! It's an actual ghost. Doesn't move though. Can it shoot? Holy shit. That is scary. He's not even on the spectator list. What the hell is going on? You guys know what? It's a problem that I'll have to figure out another time. We're gonna do some pairs. We're doing some pairs. You know what? I've been defeated. I mean, we've still made a massive progress today. Yeah, I'm aware. I was just quitting it. Yeah, we still made massive progress today. I'm quite satisfied with where we landed. It's time we do some pairs. We're gonna play like a round or two and we're gonna call it a day. We love create game. I don't know what's actually happening in here. I'll just need to debug it myself. What I think happened is that we probably roll out some anti-cheat validation, like spoofing of the positions or whatever, or maybe I fucked it up with my validation of the landlines, although it shouldn't really happen. I don't know why, but it's the two possibilities. I'll figure it out later. I love the news still being broken. I made the problem is that this is the code that I wrote myself, and I don't think there's anyone who can fix it by myself. Oh, all right. Let's join Canada 3 or maybe Canada 1. Let's do Canada 1. I'm pretty sure we can get some people to hop on. What is Spurs? I'm glad you asked. It's Patreon Early Access Rebalancing Session. Which is,
I don't know why.
yeah, which is basically it. It's a bunch of experimental features that we are adding. Or like testing before we add them. How was the phone, Mikey? I was watching Icy Kill Zombies for money. It went pretty smoothly. The basics, like you can make calls and you can hear other players.
It's because Hubert joined. Hey Hubert, by the way.
Wait, Hubert.
Hi.
Oh my goodness, Hubert, you're my favorite SL developer.
Hubert, thank you for
No
reviving the
way.
server. I love you, man.
7 to 19. He inspected.
There is, yeah. So you can make calls. Everything is working nicely. The only thing that we are left to do is do some like server-side validation for anti-cheat. And like proper positional audio and like interactions with 939.
So we're all gonna.
So that's pretty much it.
Oh yeah, 100%.
Yo, Hubert, how are the phones? Do they work?
Hop on stream right now.
Worked pretty well. We ended up getting some weird bug that I decided it's time to call it and play pairs, but otherwise it works.
It was an anomaly. It was just an anomaly. That's what happened.
The game is just getting haunted.
6-7.
We gotta
this
figure
SCP
out
game is unheard
SCP
of.
that's related to a phone. And
There's an
that is bad.
SCPSL trainer.
What is that? What is
Wait,
that?
SPSL trainers here? Oh
What is my green
goodness.
screen doing?
Could you train me?
What?
Oh god.
Is it even a green screen? Was it here the whole stream? Oh, I can move it like that.
Yo, is there like SBSL like coaches?
Wait. Ah, that's better. Wasn't there the whole screen? The whole stream? I hope not. I'm gonna be really sad. So yeah, if you guys don't know about Spurs, this is it. It's a early access rebalancing session. We have new rooms, new loot, new items. No, I refuse to believe it's been the whole stream. Let me see. It has not. I just moved in like an hour ago, and it's a relatively recent thing. Alright. Loot! Wait, let me go back to my stream. Fuck. Hi. I'm at 100 ping, so that's not very fair. There's nothing here, right? Yeah. Fun fact about Pairs is that the development cycle of it was actually constructed in a way that it should not distract us from 15.0. So there was an update, yeah, I can't break it with that. There was an update recently and I just like randomly found it out by playing on it, which is kind of cool. Like it's not because I wasn't informed or anything like that, it's just that we had procedures in place to avoid any sort of delays for 15.0. So I was not part of the development team for Pairs. That was mainly Onion Man. Especially when we're talking about like the design. And overall... Hi!
Get down! Hey, what's up, Hubert? Here, take this. It's a shot. What's up? Do you want to get out of here?
I have a gun.
Do you need any help? I'll be like Secret Service. I'll protect you. You're the president.
Alright, let's go.
Let's go. Watch out, every SCP is that way.
Pulling my keycard on guards as fast as I can.
6, but we should be fine.
Yeah, I can't open that.
You are the creator of the game. You can't die, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. What the? Who's that?
Don't worry about it, don't worry. It was fine.
Okay, let's go, Hubert. I'm so ready to get you out of here, man.
So yeah, as a result, I was not super like up to date with all the pairs, and I was still a little confused after we released it. It still took me a while to like learn all the mechanics.
Wait, what card do you have?
The armorer one, so basically worse than you.
Oh, we're useless then. We're screwed. Oh, wait, that's actually bad. We might need to go back down.
I mean, we can open... What can we open actually? We can't open anything here.
Yeah. Should we go back down or like?
What perms do you have?
I have the cog. What is that? Here,
Oh.
how about you take a look?
Oh yeah, no, that's not really helpful.
Yeah. We're a bit screwed. We're a bit stuck. What do you think? Should we go back down or should we just stay?
No, we're gonna have people come with loot and we're gonna kill them.
Oh, true. They're gonna do the work for us. We're just gonna sit back and let them do it. Here, wait, I'm gonna get the service pass real quick. Also, grab some medkits if you want to.
Yeah, there's no gate override. I've got medkits.
Alright, bet. Let's go. Yo, good try.
Maybe, you never know. Might have
Hey,
worked.
you never know. There's a 1 in 1 million chance that it might open. Ooh, this is where I spawn. This is where the DV smelling is. Look at him.
That's
How
true.
Beautiful, huh? Too bad for him, you can't play pairs. I'm a loser.
Maybe we can have a keycard here and...
True.
Oh, never mind.
Oh,
I have a research supervisor
that's
though.
good.
And there's a zone manager.
That's not bad at all. If you find like 106s or 096, we could get something.
I think we
watch
found
out.
173s.
Yeah, maybe.
Keep running.
Okay.
Oh shit, we're going the wrong way.
Oh no. Keep it scared. Hubert, he's there.
Oh fuck! That's the wrong permission! Good luck. Holy shit. Can we? Oh fuck, I'm lost. Juked! Oh no. You'll never take me alive. Oh, they have the infiltrators. This is absolute cinema. I think the light containment zone elevator is a bit overdue. Too much space. Well, I don't know. I mean, like that's the whole purpose of the purse. We're kind of trying to figure out what works and what doesn't, and that is a valid. Like that's something that we have seen, and this is one of the reasons why it's currently just a gray box. So like exactly like you said, we can get like player feedback and adjust it for the final version. So yeah, if you want to help out, hop on the purse or just simply watch other people play it and give us your feedback, and everything will be adjusted according to what the player base agrees on. Will the phones count to Pairs 5? No, although Pairs 5 was a sort of inspiration for the phones, because there was a lot of people bringing up as part of Pairs 5 that that's something that they wanted to see in Pairs experimented on. So yeah, it's not a major game feature, so like I don't think it really requires to be tested on Pairs. We can probably just wing it and go to like 15.0 directly. Let me see what the spectator chat is saying. Probably the biggest regret ever. Okay, thank God it's quiet. How's the stream going? Thank you, Cross, for the super chat. It's going pretty well. We finished, well, not really finished, but we've done most of the work for the phones. And now we're just doing like a round or two of pairs before I call it. Where's my... oh, there it is.
That's what I get for going up the stairs like a normal person.
We'll be getting more lore with 15.0. Not in a typical sense. The new surface zone is going to have some storytelling. but there is going to be quite a lot for you to figure out yourself. There is not going to be like any like documents or videotapes or like audio tapes.
Hold the elevator. Hold the elevator.
Hold. Wait,
At least not planned right now.
Yeah, we're good.
Everyone.
Come on, sit it down.
Damn. What the fuck did 96 fall into
What's
the
it going to
void
be,
in, like,
class?
the tram area? I bet he did.
Let's go. 096 is gone.
Party 096 is gone.
Yeah, spawning.
Yes.
Heavy, heavy, heavy.
Ooh.
Ladies first. Go ahead. Get the joke.
Oh shit.
Oh my god, zombie. Watch out!
Oh shit, it's 106. It's a 106.
Oh shoot. I hear more zombies, more zombies! Stop, please! Kill him! Oh, just one, just one. He went to the left. He's running, we have a runner! Go get him! Oh, we have
There's 106 behind us too.
Oh no. Oh, we're getting surrounded. 0 for 9 this way. Let's
Let's go this
head
way, yeah.
over.
We need more space.
Alright, hold the elevator. Oh, wait, I think... I don't know.
More, okay, go.
Whoa.
Get
how
in,
is
get
he
in, Tamer.
floating? Do you see that?
Tamer!
Oh, I will. My bad. Possibly.
Holy shit, we're back! We are terrible. Let's keep going.
Chaos team member.
I'm dead. I've got no. I think I'm still dead. I don't think I have enough meds. Is there any meds here? I'm dead. I should have asked for meds. Goodbye, good world. Damn, that was so close to.
I think no, I'm not coming back.
Having a system for voicemails on the phones would be interesting. Oh, that is actually a good suggestion. The problem is that it adds so much complexity. Like, it actually increases the scope of our phones by like 50%.
I'm so
But
sorry.
it's a good suggestion. I like it.
Cry and tear.
Can I open that? No, I don't think I can
Just
open
slap the shit out of you. They bitch slap you.
Does Doctor add like claws to them or something?
Why
Or
am I
is it just, like,
smoking?
the bitch slapping you, backhanding?
Life, you know.
40 HP. You're dead. They're just that strong. Oh man. Stuck here.
Add hold music and all picks up.
Kill all those SCPs, right, guys?
Oh, I did not respawn as many.
Only my good friend, Tavio was here.
Top 10 worst feeling ever is when you
Yeah,
don't spawn
I
in the
don't know.
backup wave.
Other rooms with multiple
That's
floors
so
like micro HID lab, servers, pipe room and more, and
You
there's
guys are
5
just
like
speaking
entrance
the
zone
truth.
override offices. So right now, this burst focuses on early game rebalancing, meaning that most rooms are related to light containment zone or getting from heavy to entrance zone. So we don't have any like new heavy containment zones that don't directly affect the early game. Add banking system and you have to go through customer support to take a loan. That is a suggestion, certainly. Secret stock market, yeah. Can I press N? What for? Oh no, I'm revealing all the hidden badges. How do you guys get the info from peers? Do you have something server-side collecting data, or do you rely on what you see on what people say? The two, or actually three main ways of it is, one, we have the server-side metrics. Two, we have, like there's even a metrics export command. and I can like, yeah, I would need to run it through editor, but there is a command that allows us to export metrics, and we can actually see like the win rates or like player like deaths times and stuff like that. Second one is we have channels on our Discord server where people can provide feedback, and third we keep an eye on our forums like Steam forums, Reddit, Instagram in a way, although there is not much on Instagram, but like yeah, we just look at our social media and see what people talk about. If you pick up phone, you'll be able to hear everyone on the line, speak to everyone on the line. Will you fix Russian SCVSL? Yes, we are currently working on a solution to the problem that is happening. We're working on a form of relay that will allow people to bypass Cloudflare. There's already an existing workaround, but it's quite difficult. Yeah, like I just said, we are aware of the issues regarding connectivity in Russia. We are looking to solutions. Unfortunately, not until it is released, you need to use a VPN. So yeah, we are working on a more permanent solution though. Hi.
Evacuation protocols until an NTF squad reaches your destination, awaiting recontainment of 3 SCP.
Hold the elevator, hold the elevator, hold the elevator.
Ooh, barely made it.
I love when we get separate them.
Yeah, okay, now we're splitting up to maximum efficiency, guys.
Exactly. I'm gonna get that new
Do we have any chaos left? I didn't actually notice. Hold on, I'm gonna use the cheats of streaming. Oh yes, there is chaos. I just quickly looked at my stream preview if there was a chaos on the spectator list. I'm going with Onion then. Where'd he go? No. Hi.
You could use a full charge, but I don't know if you want to.
Hello, everybody.
Holy shit. Charge it up, charge it up. He's dead. Michael is dead.
Oh my god.
Bad day to have AP equipped. Can I pick it up on time? I don't think so. Oh fuck, I could have. Pick it up.
Get the micro.
I've never seen worse.
Alright, you got this.
Where'd he go?
He's on the ground.
Yeah, no, he went down.
He's in the walls.
He's in the goddamn walls.
For no reason.
Dude, it's fine, bro.
Acquired 6 additional hostile forces. Activate.
Oh wait, no, he's still up on it.
Okay, maybe you can still win.
Okay.
Out of
Where'd you go? Where'd you go? Oh, come on. I wasted so much.
Yeah, this is hard.
Let's go.
So that gives us a respawn wave.
Huge.
Just what is the defense model the Cassie is updating? Well, the defense model is the general, like... Defense model is... How do you explain it? I don't think there's a good explanation. Basically, the set of procedures that Cassie will use to fight the new threat, which is nothing at all, because as we know, Cassie is never doing anything. But that's the beauty of it. They're shooting something here. I think it's 106.
Yo, he's down here. He's down here. He's down here. He jumped off. He committed suicide, but he's like still alive.
It's like
Did
I
you
don't
get
know where
him?
he is though. Yeah, he jumped. He jumped. Oh, he called it. I'm going. I'm going. Oh crap! Here we go.
Let's go!
Oh, that was tough.
Good shit. We still have chaos. What? Oh, okay. I don't know what I just saw.
Good work, good work. That's 2 SCPs you killed so far. Like, you really are a pro at your own game.
No, I'm a pro. What can I say?
Good shit, man. Oh, I hear chaos. I hear chaos. Be careful. I'll be there to meet you. We won.
Holy, that was efficient. That was efficient work.
That was pretty good.
It's like everyone that had a certain way looked the other.
Also, I'm totally like I have an ear infection, so I can't even hear anything in my left headphone. Like I'm physically unable to hear stereo right now, and also I have all those lights coming at me, so I can't even see or hear anything. So you can hear me looking around, and I'm being a little confused what I'm seeing. Oh, hi, Soup.
Oh, dude, the fuck.
I'm going to be 914. I still don't know. Get better, thank you. No, I was not saying that to get your sympathy. I was just saying it to like explain why I'm not like I'm acting weird in the game. But I appreciate it anyway. What call did you get, Armory? I've got a research supervisor. Supervisor. Get it? Get it? Get it? I don't think she got it. What are your PC specs? It's well, oh my god, let me just quickly check real quick. I forgot. Okay, I'm dead. I won't check now.
Fuck off, dude. Oh,
Yep. Why did you close the door on me? I have a 4090 and an i9 15900, I believe. I'll check in a sec, I kind of forgot.
I hope this guy doesn't have the Con 15 on him.
Yep, I'm dead. Oh, I'm dead. Okay. What was my PC? What was my CPU? i9 14900, 14 and 1900. I mean. Oh, I can press F3. Yeah, you're right. Yeah. You get stable 100 FPS? Not when I'm streaming. I don't think so. But overall in game, yeah. I mean, like after a massive respawn where there's like animations, I believe my animation quality is set to low. Yeah, no, that's shadow resolution. Let's set it to like high. Also, I was experimenting with that. Yeah, animation quality is set to low. But overall, yeah, everything is on high. And I'm getting like 100 FPS without streaming. Oh, the containment officer is gone. SCPSL trainer, DM for tips. Let's go!
Let's go! Let's kill the SCP!
Oh.
That's unfortunate.
Alright, boys.
The orange SCPs. These SCPs are looking like D-class.
SCP 173.
Bouncy balls, bouncy balls, bouncing all our way.
Yo.
Oh, how fun it is to die.
Imagine if they're right at the store.
Nah, they won't.
I'm gonna find an animation wizard. If someone is an animation wizard,
Sounds like a bad idea.
yeah, all of our money is yours if you can figure it out.
Somewhere. Oh wait, we can escape, right? Like that's the thing.
Oh yeah, we can. Get this guy.
Get him. Fire, fire, fire!
Kill all of us.
The guard army, go!
Let's go! Oh my god, we're awesome.
Die trash.
Yes, you
Danger. Light containment zone overall decontamination in T-minus 10 minutes. Entrance zone locked.
Do you want to make phones from the office area usable? Yes, that is the idea. To have them like in every room where it makes sense for them to be. There's going to be about like 20 phones across the facility. Which is a lot considering that's like half the rooms. These are just the low tier loot here.
Where are the cards? Here.
Yeah, the quartermaster. Oh yeah, I guess it gives us... We can go and in entrance... I forgot, was... I think we need a double admin for light containment override, for entrance and override.
Where'd you go? I thought we were splitting up.
Alright, let's just go.
That's this, what you're seeing right now, that's definitely not content for 15.0. If it goes well, it might make a 16.0. But yeah.
Oh my gosh, it was like...
Easy.
Whoa. Well, it's just because the lighting is it. Oh my... That scared me. I thought I was about to jump my dog.
What's the body doing?
That actually scared me. Don't worry, everyone. The containment officer is here.
Didn't the containment
Checkpoints actually...
die in various pocket dimensions?
Checkpoint is locked, I think.
One of us now.
Yeah, no, it is. Checkpoint is this way.
Attention. All
I keep with the gamer. Holy. That's fine. Nah, I win. We can win, I believe.
Wait, is the overlay locked? Lifted?
Yeah, it is. It is.
Yeah, I was confused how they entered.
Layer behind us.
No, he isn't.
He is.
He is.
Alright, let's kill them. Let's fight the chaos. Oh shit. And I'm out of stamina. Yep. That was a stupid mistake. Oh. Oh shit, I almost spilled my tea. What's up, Zeke? How you doing? Oh, let me...
Give up,
Dude, they found us, bro.
Hands up.
Oh, dude, I'm out of ammo.
Stay short.
Oh, hi, Larry.
Viva la revolution.
Can you make surviving Pocket Dimension based on skill? Definitely not entirely on skill. We might do something that is like skill based in the future, but realistically, like whenever you make something based on skill and something that you can reliably escape with skill, that is going to be super frustrating for 106. Like that is going to be an inevitable 106 nerf, and like nerf to the ground. I remember how 106 used to work when people figure out how to escape Pocket Dimension, because like there was only one exit and this exit was permanent. After that, 106 was basically useless. So drinking out of a straw of a mug, that is a bombilla. It's a Argentinian, or maybe from Uruguay, I don't know, but this is basically a straw with a sieve at the bottom, because I'm drinking my tea with like tea leaves. This is something that you typically use for mate, which is this, but I use it for all teas. But anyway, what was I saying? I forgot. Yeah, 106 Pocket Dimension. And even if you increase the skill, like if it requires a lot of skill, but there is still a random chance that you will fail, then this is going to be really frustrating for the skilled players, right? Because at the end of the day, like you're gonna do everything right and you're gonna die anyway. So yeah, that's a difficult thing. So right now 106 is entirely random, which is good because the fight that comes before it was entirely skill-based. I mean, not entirely, but you know what I mean. Like that was my fault that I ran out of stamina while I knew that 106 was behind us. So he teleported in and I had 0 stamina and I died. That was a skill issue on my end. That was entirely preventable. So, you know, there was a skill-based aspect to it. It's not that I just died because it was unfair. I died because I entered Pocket Dimension, but like the skill-based element is before you enter Pocket Dimension. Once you enter Pocket Dimension, it's a random chance, and maybe it should remain that.
Oh fuck, I have no ammo.
Oh shit.
Chaos certainty.
Yeah, that's chaos. No, for fuck's sake. Okay, that was entirely unlucky. Or that was stream sniping. That could be stream sniping. I think that was stream sniping. There was no way that guy returned for me. That was just uncool. There's the warhead access. It's the first time I'm actually seeing it in-game, like outside of ones that I spawned in remote admin. I gotta take a leak. I'll be back in 30 seconds. apologies for not switching to another live player while I was away. I should have stayed out of 7-9 or someone. Are you planning on adding motion blur to the game? That is a good question. The problem is that currently motion blur in HDRP does not work. I mean, it works, but it doesn't work with our solutions with view models. The moment you equip a view model, everything becomes completely blurry. So once we solve that problem, that's something that we're planning on adding.
Hubert, Toyota skip this me alive.
Do I what? What are they shooting?
Underground section of this facility is set to self-destruct in T-minus 90 seconds.
Oh shit, there's plenty of chaos.
Alright, guys. We set out in a straight line. Yeah, this is track.
Oh fuck, I'm dead. Never mind. I can't see anything.
Kill who?
Guys, it's dead!
Oh,
My first
Detonation
time.
sequence cancelled.
I gotta, I have bright lights in front of me, so I need to slightly boost my
I've done
brightness.
that in real life. I haven't done it in this game, though.
Because whenever there's warhead, I can't see anything. Damn.
Call that elevator.
What an asshole.
That's unbelievable.
Salutations.
Salutations.
That's a tough, like, greeting. Oh my god, you should have waving to the game. That'd be cool. Oh, I'm so sorry. Oh, I'm so sorry.
If the tram system is added, will an area at surface zone reflect that? Probably not.
Russian, bro. This guy's Russian right here. What do you mean? Seems
So I
like
don't know.
5.
At least the surface zone that is being made right now is not made in mind with.
Oh my god. Kill me, stream sniper. Kill the stream sniper. Protect Hubert. Protect Hubert. Don't let him get him. Oh my god, he can be anywhere. He's in the most. Hey, screw you.
Get the hell out of here.
Tin can. Okay, let's get you out. Let's get you out. They're trying to kill him. They're sending out agents. Oh, he's dead.
Holy shit, they're going after me.
Oh, they kill me. Oh my god, I'm 20 HP. Overtime. Go.
There's going to be 106 coming in front of us in a second.
Oh my god. Oh my god. I'm so fucking scared.
Where are they? Oh, I hear them.
Okay, he's not here. He's not here. Run.
Go. Okay. We're good. Good work, everyone. We did our best. Okay, what now? You guys want to
What you looking at?
By fire? Oh yeah, that'll do damage to him.
Is there a guy over there? Oh.
There's chaos. Chaos is coming.
Oh no, you're lying, right? You're lying, right?
No, there is. I saw the lights.
Get back! Put it in reverse! Put it in reverse! Oh my god.
I got someone. Okay, we're gonna need more medkits, and I'm gonna need my night vision. Maybe not night vision, but let's go with a sniper setup.
Run! Okay, I'm gonna get a scope on my gun real quick.
We're fine. Come back here.
How does it look?
Quite clear.
Huh.
Honestly,
They're stopping me! I almost just got murdered.
You almost died.
Dude. Yeah, wiggle. W strats? Oh, capture gun. Wait, I need this guy. That's gun in the game.
do we want to push?
Is there night still here?
Oh my god, my tracking.
Nice,
Okay, he's
one
dead.
One down. We use that as leverage. No, they revolve us. Don't.
Oh shit.
Don't peek him.
Okay, thank god.
Night vision skill.
It's not smart.
Wait, we can use it.
Oh, my head! enough. Here, Cooper, take this. You're the captain.
Oh, no, no, no.
You sure? Okay, okay, okay. Hold off in here. I really like the sound of this. What is this thing called? Shh. Sorry.
It's a detonation sequence recorder.
That's awesome.
Yeah, that's 106. Gonna have to push. Yeah. I'm gonna sneak past them. No one will see it. Oh shit, that's the SCP. Oh, fuck you! What the heck? What happened to my gun? I can't shoot! Fuck it. My gun just malfunctioned. I had a jam and I couldn't clear it. They plan to implement FSR or DLSS in the game. Probably yes. Although I don't like this because it kind of gives the message that this is like a lazy solution instead of actually optimizing the game. Which, you know, we're trying to do both. But there's also appearances. But realistically, yes, that's something that we could do. Although it doesn't really help much in, you know, shooter games. Press N. We're in Canada 1 right now. Oh, I was close.
Thanks.
Alright, chat. I think it's enough. We've been streaming for how many hours? 5 hours on the clock. Is that how you say it? What I meant is that 5 hours exactly. But yeah, a long time, certainly. Alright, thank you all for joining this. We're gonna do a quick little Q&A, like 2 or 3 more questions. We'll track 3 and 4, and generic chase streams be available on this YouTube channel. Probably not yet, because they're not implemented. Holy shit, we got ARS 1000. I don't know what that is. That's about 50 cents from what I can say. Enjoy your mate, thank you. Enjoy your drink, mate. Okay, I see this is a twist on the mate. On the dot is the phrase. That is that, yeah, on the dot. Thank you. Appreciate that. Yeah, it's kind of funny because I have those like little phrasals, those little idioms that I completely mix up as a non-native speaker. I wanted to ask you about work on SCP-SL in the future as a level designer. There's a chance to become part of the project. I believe I already answered that question. Whenever we open applications, we will have them posted on the job listings channel on our Discord, and there are going to be all the specifics. Final Flash of Existence best OST? I agree. I like it a lot. Where's Toji? I don't know. As far as I know, Toji has school, and there is quite a lot of... It can get quite busy with that. No worries, Radical. Will there be a full modding support in the future? If you mean full modding as in like client-side modding, the answer is most definitely no, unless the game will enter its end-of-life phase. So like by the time we consider that the game is no longer like affordable for us to keep running from business perspective, I don't know, we go bankrupt or whatever and there's no central servers, then we may consider opening up it more for like more like removing anti-cheat and opening up for more coding. But as it is right now, I don't see a situation, I don't see a possibility of client-side modding. There is going to be more modding server-side, as in ability to do more with plugins, but that's pretty much it. Do you make good money of it? Absolutely not. We are a studio of like 40 paid developers, and we basically make a profits that would only allow us to hire 1 or 2 full-time developers. So we're basically all doing it as a side hustle, including myself. Like, I mean, this is my, like, I don't have any other job, but like I just work basically full-time at Northwood, but I'm paid the same way as any other programmer. Do you take inspirations from server-side mods for features to be implemented in base game? I don't really recall a single feature that would be implemented from a game. I think what happens naturally is that people suggest ideas that should happen in-game, and they show up in server mods sooner before they get implemented in the game, like if it makes any sense. Like if there's a highly requested feature, server modders, given how there's simply more of them than us, will often figure out how to implement it as a server-side plugin first before we do. And it may look that we have taken that feature from a mod or from a plugin, but in reality it's just been developed independently. Is there gonna be a story mode? Probably not. Not in the secret lab itself. I don't know. Maybe if it's somewhere in the future we may do a separate SL based or SCP based game. I don't think that is that's definitely not something that we consider right now. We're focusing on SL, and yeah. I have a question about addition of phones. What do you think about 079 installing SCP? I'm not gonna read that. You almost got me. Escape from Thomas Graham. That would be a good story mode. I think Escape from Thomas Graham would be a good candidate for an SCP story mode. When SCP 914 redesign. So actually you could see in our pairs today that we've been playing, there was a redesigned version of 914. It works pretty well, so that's probably what we will go for, with some minor changes. Alright, let's do like one or two more questions. Will there be more SCPs in the future? Yes, as a matter of fact, we are currently working on SCP-953. There is a devlog on our channel where you can learn more about it, and there is plans of adding even more after that. We're not talking about 914 room, but the machine itself. If the 914 would be changed, if the 914 was changed, we would probably change the machine itself. When menu redesign. Menu redesign, if it were to happen, it would be part of a bigger UI unification rework, because right now we have a lot of different interfaces with different styles, and menu overhaul would focus on primarily bringing them closer to like the same style. That's the general idea. Is there anything you can share with us that we haven't heard of? A very minor thing, which is that you should watch out for the channel, because we are planning on releasing some additional information about 953. So stick around and follow our social media. That is a very terrible thing that I could share with you. I mean, I know that that's not what you guys asked for me to say, other than just subscribe and wait for more. But we are planning on doing a teaser pretty soon, so now is the time to stay subscribed. What happened to badge rework? A similar answer to the menu. It would need to come as a part of a larger UI redesign. It would probably come after that. We want to make sure we don't want to add yet another style of UI before we unify the existing ones. When 049 need redesign, there is currently no plans on reworking 049. I mean, I could say that there is an approved proposal, but there is no plans on making it happen anytime soon. Right now we're focusing on adding new SCPs. I believe what will happen is 953 first, then maybe a rework of an SCP which is not 049, or maybe it's gonna be 049, and then another SCP, and then maybe some reworks. But we wanna have a more healthy rework versus new content balance, if that makes sense. Will there be a new map at some point? If we're talking about some fundamental changes to the map, like bigger than the ones that we have shown in pairs, or the zone reworks that we did during heavy duty or 15.0, then no. But this sort of changes, where we like change the mechanics, change the layouts, add more variants, that is going to stay the same. They plan to add more interactive props, like example vending machines or computers. If so, that's going to be quite minor. For example, today's usable phones, right? That is a nice feature that we can add. It's not going to be too much. We already have like scales in the laboratories, which don't provide any gameplay value, but they're a cool detail. I heard there was a lot of like ideas for SCP-457 and using like the fire extinguishers and like the fire alarms. These things were not designed with SCP-457. 457, right? That's the one with the firemen in mind. So they're probably not gonna function like that. Usable forklifts, yeah, that would be fun, although probably a bit too chaotic. Alright, last question. Let it be a good one. I'm seeing some questions, but what will there be more environmental hazards like leaking gas pipes that could burn? See, that is a good idea. That is a good idea. Like being able to use some environments, like where you're like running from an SCP and you shoot something and it explodes or whatever, like exploding barrels, or maybe not exploding barrels, but like, yeah, like gas lines. That would be a cool feature, although it's not currently planned for anything. But I do agree that like this is the sort of gameplay that I would love to have more. Also, more CC. Crowd control. I believe, like, this is my personal opinion as a game director. It's not really been there's no real plans right now, but I feel like a way for like slowing down SCPs or making an escape from an SCP using an item, using a resource that doesn't involve juking, or, you know, right now we have SCP-2176, the Ghost Light, and this is a good example of a CC weapon or a CC item. It allows you to, you know, run away and close the door behind you for quite a while. Flashlight is another example of CC, of a soft CC specifically, because it doesn't prevent anyone from doing anything, but it does limit their ability. Something like weapon types that might be, or like some, I don't know, they're just spitballing right now, but like an ability to shoot like a, I don't know, like a poison dart that prevents an SCP from using an ability or something like that. That could work. Just completely spitballing right now. But that is the example of me, of like things that we could add to add alternative ways of countering SCPs. Destroying cameras for a short period, no, that would be too much. Like, especially because it's too easy. Like, cameras could have like 500 HP, for example. That could be a way of balancing it. But it's kind of like, you know, what kind of camera can handle an entire magazine of ammo? But yeah, all right. That would be the end of this stream. Thank you all for joining me. I'm still surprised that we managed to keep like above 300 viewers at all time. Let me just quickly check the statistics here. Yeah, we never dipped below 300. Oh, I see 296. That was the lowest. I mean, recently we had like 200, but that was during the purge. I'm still surprised how many people were interested in the development stream, so we may make more of it in the future. I totally expected to like only hang out with 50, maybe 100 people, so I'm really glad that you enjoyed the stream. And yeah, and thank you for all the good suggestions. The two main ones that I have written and I will look towards implementing were, let me quickly check. That was the ghost light interaction and the generator conditional spawn. There was also a good suggestion from Heldor regarding like paid phones, where you would have a separate model where you need to insert phone and only then you can call, which would be pretty cool. But unfortunately, it's a little out of our scope. There were also some general good suggestions that we will keep in the future. So thank you for all of those. And yeah, that's pretty much it. I hope you have a good night or the rest of your day, depending on where you are. Take care, everyone. Bye. Where is my... Oh, there it is. Bye.